good morning, and thank you for logging in for the webinar today. Please stay tuned as the event will be starting soon. Before we start, I'd like to announce some housekeeping announcement and rules. Your outgoing audio is muted during this webinar. Kindly type your questions in the Q&A box. The Q&A box is active throughout the whole virtual conference. For YouTube user, please type your questions in the comment box. This webinar is being recorded. As such, your participation serves as a consent for the same. CPD points. The virtual conference is accredited with CPD points by 4 points for doctors, 4 points for pharmacists, 4 points for HCP's category, and for the Malaysian Medical Association, 4 points, National Specialist Register, 4 points. Details on CPD point will be provided at the end of today's webinar. E-certificate will be sent within 2 weeks after the virtual conference upon completion of the post-webinar survey. The link will be available at the end of the webinar. As you can see on your screen, how your Zoom platform will look like on your desktop version. As you can see on your screen is how your Zoom platform will look like on your mobile devices version. Here, let's see our today's webinar agenda. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Yang berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, Minister of Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dato' Sri Dr. Nur Hisham Abdullah, our Director General of Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Dr. Ying Rulo, Head of Mission and WHO Representative to Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Singapore. Datuk Datin, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Nuliana Zainab Bahrin from Pharmacy Practice and Development Division, Ministry of Health, will be your Master of Ceremonies for today's webinar. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all of you to World Antimicrobial Awareness Week Campaign 2021 webinar. World Antimicrobial Awareness Week is celebrated annually from 18 to 24th of November. This is in line with the Global Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, which one of the key objectives is to improve awareness and understanding of antimicrobial resistance through effective communication, education, and training. The theme for 2021, Stewards for the Future, Stop Overuse and Misuse of Antimicrobial, highlight the need to take action today to mitigate the impact of antimicrobial resistance in the future. Yang berbahagia, Datuk, Datin, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin this webinar with welcoming remark by none other than Tan Sri Dato' Sri Dr. Nur Hisham bin Abdullah, Director General Health of Malaysia, Ministry of Health. Please join me in welcoming Tan Sri Dato' Sri Dr. Nur Hisham bin Abdullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Yang berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, Minister of Health Malaysia, Dr. Ying Rulo, Head of Mission and WHO Representative to Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam and Singapore. Yang berbahagia Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the National Antimicrobial Resistance Seminar in conjunction with the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week 2021. Antimicrobial resistance is one of the patient safety issues that requires attention at all levels. In line with WHO annual promotion to create awareness on antimicrobials, the Ministry of Health has organized this event today to show our commitment and pledge to fight AMR together with the rest of the world. This year's theme for the campaign is Stewards for the Future, Stop Overuse and Misuse of Antimicrobials. One of the most pertinent strategies to safeguard our antimicrobials and prevent further emergence of AMR is effective antimicrobial stewardship among all the relevant stakeholders. Our seminar today is aimed to improve awareness on AMR and to encourage behavior change and best practices, particularly among healthcare workers as well as the general public towards prudent and responsible use of antimicrobials. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an urgent global need to reduce further emergence and spread of AMR. Hence, the individuals, governments, civil society, and organizations must all play their part in tackling AMR. As we all are aware, antimicrobials were found and created to aid humans in the fight against bacterial infection. However, due to the misuse and overuse of these antibiotics, AMR has become a growing threat to the global security. In addition to human lives and suffering, AMR can also cause heavy economic burdens through loss of productivity and extra healthcare costs. Moreover, it affects broader sectors including animal health, agriculture, food safety, and the environment. Malaysia recognizes the need for action in all sectors where antimicrobials are used in what we call the One Health platform. It is a long and winding journey, but I believe we are taking important steps and moving in the right direction. 7 years ago, the World Health Organization's members adopted a global action plan on AMR. Malaysia has shown commitment by establishing AMR Steering Committee and developed the Malaysian Action Plan on AMR in 2017, a 5-year plan that outlines strategies and activities to achieve these objectives. I believe we have improved the awareness of AMR across sectors through various activities and campaigns in human health as well as the animal health sector. A joint external evaluation was conducted in 2019 to assess Malaysia's health security preparedness and response. Evidence from the evaluation indicates that AMR, in particular, antimicrobial stewardship program, must be strengthened in the private and the animal health sectors. We are working towards the implementation of a successful and sustainable AMS program, both in the public and the private healthcare settings. We will also continue to work closely with our animal health counterparts, the Department of Veterinary Services and the Department of Fisheries towards lowering use of antimicrobials in the years ahead. We must increase our momentum as AMR remains a crisis that needs to be addressed with utmost urgency. Our current Malaysian Action Plan of AMR 2017 and 2021 is coming to the end of term. Hence, we are preparing for the second phase of the National Action Plan of AMR for 2022 to 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Takashi Nishijima from the WHO Western Pacific Regional Office and Dr. Ying Rulo from the WHO Country Office for being able to be part of this program, not forgetting the WHO for their continuous support to Malaysia in combating AMR. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee led by the Infection Control Unit, Ministry of Health, for their combined efforts in making this seminar a success. We are also most grateful to all speakers for taking time from their busy schedules to impart and share their knowledge and experience with us today. I hope this seminar will further increase awareness among all the healthcare workers, therefore improving antimicrobial stewardship. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri, Dato' Sri Dr. Nur Hisham bin Abdullah for the welcoming remarks. Now, let us continue with keynote address by the Dr. Ying Rulo, Head of Mission and WHO Representative to Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Singapore. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ying Rulo.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Antimicrobial resistance is one of the most dangerous modern global health threats. We must take action today to protect our future from its effects. The main drivers of antimicrobial resistance, or AMR, are overuse and misuse of antibiotics in humans and animals. AMR has become a serious concern worldwide, and the containment of the problem requires multi-sectoral efforts involving human health, animal health, and the environment, also called the One Health approach. Let me give you an example. In 2019, Malaysia piloted an integrated multi-sectoral surveillance system for antimicrobial resistance as part of the Tricycle project initiated by WHO. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with several ministries in collaboration with WHO, conducted a study on antimicrobial resistance in E. coli, a bacterium that can cause serious infections in humans. The results showed that genetically linked resistant E. coli were found in hospital patients, healthy people in the community, as well as in chicken and wastewater in a residential area with animal husbandry activities. This is why AMR programs should be expanded to include the animal and environment sectors to ensure that issues related to these two sectors are also addressed. And this can be done with a timely review of the Malaysian Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2017 to 2021 to enable additions of more comprehensive activities in all three sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 brought further into focus the issues surrounding AMR. Among patients with COVID-19 admitted in intensive care units, co-infection with AMR pathogens was associated with worse mortality. AMR further stretched health systems that are already at the breaking point. Reports have also revealed overuse and misuse of antibiotics in the management of COVID-19 in healthcare settings. To guide our actions, the Western Pacific region has placed AMR as an area of focus in the Asia-Pacific Strategy for Emerging Diseases, and the WHO member states have endorsed the framework for accelerating action to fight antimicrobial resistance in the Western Pacific region. Throughout the pandemic, WHO has integrated COVID-19 and AMR activities, such as infection prevention and control training, hand hygiene, access to clean water and sanitation, promotion of the new normal, and highlighting antimicrobial stewardship in clinical settings to ensure that antimicrobials are not even more overused and misused. We have also launched Stewards for the Future, One Region, One Movement, an initiative to call for solidarity against AMR. In doing so, we hope to promote the value of taking individual and collective action to protect one another. We are thankful for the Stewards for the Future who have come forward to pledge against AMR. Each one of you who are taking action to fight AMR in your daily or professional life. These actions are geared towards helping us foster sustained political commitment, strengthening our systems to prepare and enable sustained and continuous action, and creating a movement of individuals, communities, and countries that are well equipped to fight AMR. We have a long road ahead of us in our mission towards slowing the progression of AMR and protecting future generations. Let us begin by taking steps today. I would like to thank the government of Malaysia for its continued support to the AMR agenda, and for once again hosting this meeting to galvanize multiple sectors and stakeholders to take action against antimicrobial resistance. We look forward to continuing to work with you to fight antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ying Rulo, for a remarkable speech. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Datin, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great pleasure to have with us Yang Berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, the Honorable Minister of Health, to officiate this event. Please welcome Yang Berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, the Honorable Minister of Health, to deliver his opening speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you all to Malaysia's National Antimicrobial Resistance webinar in conjunction with the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week 2021. The time has come for all of us to recognize antimicrobial resistance, or AMR, as a global crisis and one of the greatest health threats today. Similar to the crisis of climate change, AMR does not respect boundaries and cuts across human, animal, and environmental health. Antibiotics are a phenomenal tool and an extraordinary medical advancement. Unfortunately, due to the healing power of these antibiotics, they have been overused, thereby creating a condition known as antimicrobial resistance. If AMR is not successfully addressed, the continued emergence of drug-resistant infections will put us all at risk as the effectiveness of medicine decreases. Without effective AMR containment, it is predicted that the world will lose 3.8% of its annual GDP by 2050, with an annual shortfall of $3.4 trillion by 2030. In addition to that, the UN SDGs for 2030 are also less likely to be achieved. Apart from the economic burden, infections caused by antimicrobial resistant organisms are associated with significantly greater increase in morbidity and mortality when compared to those caused by susceptible organisms. About 700,000 deaths occur per year globally due to AMR, and it is estimated that it will reach 10 million deaths per year globally in the year 2050, greater than the cancer mortality rate. Ladies and gentlemen, antibiotics do not work against viruses. The prescription of antibiotics is justified when there is a significant bacterial infection. However, some of these prescriptions may not be necessary, as many infections in the outpatient settings are caused by viruses. Research around the world also showed that the main cause of AMR is antibiotic overuse by doctors, especially in the outpatient setting, though use for inpatient settings have been widely acknowledged. Should the overuse of antibiotics continue, we will be forced to revert to the pre-antibiotic era. There will come a time where perhaps no antibiotics are able to fight deadly infections. According to WHO, declining private investments and lack of innovation in the development of new antibiotics are undermining efforts to combat AMR. Most of the drugs in the clinical pipeline are modifications of existing classes of antibiotics are only short-term in nature. Reports by the WHO also found very few potential treatment options for antibiotic-resistant infections identified by WHO as posing the greatest threat to health, including drug-resistant tuberculosis, which kills around 250,000 people every year. The COVID-19 pandemic and AMR are parallel and interacting health emergencies. The potential impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on AMR makes the situation a dual health threat. A recent comprehensive multi-center study has shown that co- and secondary infection rates are very low, but accompanying antimicrobial usage is extremely high, approximately 85%. In our attempt to manage the spread of COVID-19, efforts to curb AMR have somehow decreased. Therefore, we need to accelerate our initiatives to fight AMR. Adherence to antimicrobial stewardship, AMS activities, should be prioritized, and emphasis should be given to the judicious use of antibiotics, both in hospitals and in the community. Measures that focus on human resources to prevent burnout should be addressed, and compliance to infection prevention and control measures, especially on the standard and transmission-based precautions, must be prioritized. In order to promote this, the WHO has launched Go Blue for AMR as the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week campaign. Light blue, like my mask, has been selected for the campaign and all are encouraged to partake. I'm proud to announce that on the 24th of November, Malaysia will be joining the rest of the world in lighting up our buildings, lighting up our Prime Minister's office and also the KLCC water fountain in blue as a symbol of Malaysia's solidarity and commitment to fight AMR. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the WHO for supporting the Ministry of Health in organizing this seminar, and I would also like to congratulate the Infection Control Unit, the Medical Care Quality Section, the Medical Development Division, the Pharmaceutical Services Program, all from our Ministry of Health for successfully organizing it. Therefore, it gives me great pleasure to say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, I officially launch the National Antimicrobial Resistance Seminar in conjunction with the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin. Now, let all of us watch multimedia presentation. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Datin, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 years, COVID-19 pandemic has changed the global health landscape in many ways. It is important to discuss how this pandemic has impacted antimicrobial resistance. Therefore, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Takeshi Nishijima, Technical Officer for AMR, WHO Western Pacific Region Office, to deliver the plenary topic, Regional AMR Initiative in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Dr. Takeshi Nishijima.
Thank you very much. I would like to also thank Honorable Minister, Director General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the organizers. I hope you can hear me fine. And then I would like to thank for this opportunity to present on the regional AMR initiatives in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. I have seen this very successful webinar for the Antimicrobial Awareness Week, and then I am very much honored to be a part of this webinar. Thank you very much. So next slide, please. Let me start with a regional initiative. Okay. We have, as a WHO regional office for the Western Pacific, we have a vision paper called For the Future. And then this is toward, the subtitle is Towards the Healthiest and Safest Region. This paper describes the vision for WHO work with the member states and the partner in the Western Pacific. And then one slide back, please. And then we have 4 thematic priorities. One of the thematic priorities here is a health security, including AMR or antimicrobial resistance. So as a regional office for the Western Pacific WHO, we take this AMR very, very seriously and then put it as one of the thematic priorities. Next slide, please. I would like to also introduce a framework for accelerating action to fight AMR in the Western Pacific region. This is a framework document endorsed by the member states, of course, including Malaysia, in October 2019 during the regional committee meeting in October. This framework considers the operational shifts as new ways of working in the region to slow the spread of AMR and avert its impact. The main operational shift used in this framework is listed here. Working backwards from a long-term goal. Number 2 is championing health beyond the health sector. Number 3, system approach for sustainability. Building solution from the ground up as number 4. Next slide, please. AMR is a unique public health threat in that, for example, diseases such as like polio or TB, we are hoping that we can do something shown in the left figure on this slide. As we make effort, we can finally or eventually eliminate such infectious diseases like polio or TB, tuberculosis. However, it will be ever possible for us to eliminate the threat of AMR. So it will look like a figure in the right. The threat of AMR is continue to increase. What we can do to fight against AMR is to go ahead of AMR curve, to suppress or avert its impact in the long term. So we try to push down this curve in the future by making action today. One thing I would like to very much highlight here is that we know that there's a strong association between AMR and then the amount of antimicrobials used. And then more antibiotics we use, there's a more threat of having AMR pathogens in the future. And then reduction in the amount of antimicrobials or consumption of antimicrobials could affect or could reduce the resistance. Next slide, please. So this is a core figure for the AML framework document for our region. Apologies that this is a little bit in detail and might be difficult to see, but let me explain just briefly. So we plan our strategies based on the operational shift we discussed before. For example, operational shift 1 is working backwards from a long-term goal. So AML will exist now and also in the future. So our effort to fight AML needs to be future-oriented, and then to maintain our fight or activities against AML, it's very, very important that we have a political agility or the interest from the public and also from the policy makers. So as a WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific, we are now working on to develop some evidence what will be an AML disease burden in our region in the next 10 years, and then also what will be the anticipating emerging issues on AML, and then planning to hold a high-level policy dialogue to highlight and then further discuss these issues to obtain the political interest from the region so that we can maintain the high-level leadership to fight AML. So this is an example how this framework paper has been developed. Next slide, please. So let me try to explain each operational shift and then those initiatives led by those operational shifts. So again, this is about the operational shift number 1, working backwards from long-term goal to stimulate political agility, to inform the policymakers. So with partnering with the University of Hong Kong, which is a WHO collaboration center, we are working on to make estimates of excess mortality and mortality and also the cost in the next 10 years in the region based on the data we already have. Sorry, go back to the previous slide, please. Yes, thank you. Yeah, based on the data available from the region about the incidence and also the mortality and then the rate of the resistance for these 7 pathogens listed here, which include like MRSA, E. coli, and the other major pathogens. Next slide, please. So now I move on to introduce operational system number 2, health beyond health sector, championing health. As it was already discussed, our theme is for the steward for the future, one region, one movement, who fight AML. So we have a long-term strategy, which is lasting from when we started the campaign at the region to further cultivate and also enhance what we call AML movement. So here, we aim to transform awareness into collective action. So go back, yeah, this slide, thank you. And then eventually reaching the point where acting responsibly to fight or combat AML will become a societal norm and a way of life for everyone, meaning that every one of us make a pledge to fight AML in our daily life and then also in our professional life, and then doing so become a kind of a social norm or societal norm. Everyone does that without so much making such a unique effort. So we are hoping that this becomes a social norm, and then we have a 5-year planning campaign for this to further enhance Steward for the Future, One Region, One Movement. Last year, we were very much focusing on the healthcare professionals and then partnering with health professional organization and the partners to work together. This year, we are in the process of working also with patient groups. Next slide, please. So in this webinar, we are already hearing many times the terminology pledge. I would very much like to use this opportunity to encourage each one of you joining this webinar to make a pledge on this website. If you could Google with a term shown here, race to 1 million pledges. This website will come at the top selection. If you click here, and then also please click take the pledge today and to become a steward for the future, meaning that you will join us in the fight against AMR. So steward for the future, this is also the keyword we have been hearing during this webinar. So steward, this has two meanings basically. So steward is someone who are working to fight AMR. Also, steward of course means, came from the terminology stewardship or antimicrobial stewardship, meaning the optimal or appropriate use of antibiotics or antimicrobials. So we are encouraging you to become one of the stewards, to join us in this movement to fight against AMR. So again, I would like to ask you to to search with term race to 1 million pledges, race to this website, and then take the pledge today or now. So that you will be a part of our team to fight AMR. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the operational shift number 3, system approach. And then here, I am showing the very simple diagram showing WIPRO strategy for strengthening AMR surveillance and stewardship in our region. At WHO Regional Office of the Western Pacific, we think it is very important to take a system approach, but not with like a project basis approach, which will be just for the short term. And then we also think that building on what is existed already on the ground is very, very important to ensure the sustainability of initiatives or the approach. So here you show the diagram, and then let me start from the left-hand side. Antimicrobial consumption monitoring or AMC monitoring. This will give you a very key indicators on your fight for the AMR. Because this AMC monitoring and the data coming from AMC monitoring will inform how you are using your antibiotics or antimicrobials. Is it appropriate? Is it overused? And it gives a constant opportunity to think back. And then, the opportunity to further improve your antimicrobial stewardship. And then we have established the system called WIPRAX, Western Pacific Regional Antimicrobial Consumption Surveillance System, which I am going to explain in more details. Also, antimicrobial resistance surveillance on the pathogen, and then also a response to the outbreak caused by AMR pathogen is a very, very important part of our fight against AMR. So we are partnering with the University of Melbourne, which is another WHO collaboration center. We have developed a regional AMR surveillance guidance paper, the document, to guide how to build a system for the AMR surveillance in the region. Also, we have developed the regional AMR outbreak guidance document. We're also partnering with the University of Melbourne. This outbreak response guidance, we have been receiving many requests from the member states, especially from the low and middle income countries, to have this kind of guidance because they don't exist. The comprehensive yet concise one do not exist, and not as of now. So we have developed and hoping that we can publish quite soon for those two regional guidance document. So we take this approach, we call it 4 Bs in the chain. So by supporting AMC monitoring, and then we will also work closely to support other elements here: stewardship, AMR pathogen surveillance, and the outbreak response. We think it's linked to each other, and then not only supporting one element, but providing a support to the entire system here. We think it will give a more impact in our fight against AMR. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is about the two regional guidance document paper which has been developed, and then we are about to publish. Next slide, please. So this is about the operational shift for ground up, and this is about the WIPLAX, the regional system and the platform to support antimicrobial consumption surveillance in the country as a tool for action and then decision making. Next slide, please. Why antimicrobial consumption surveillance important? Again, the threat of AMR or the burden of AMR is closely related to the amount of antimicrobials we are using. So if we increase the usage of antimicrobials, the drug resistance or threat of drug resistance increases, and this is where we need to act. So we very much think and encourage that antimicrobial consumption monitoring system in country needs to be established to inform policy and then practice. So we have established WIPLAX to provide support from WHO on the 3 levels of antimicrobial consumption. Number 1 is a national level. Number 2 is a hospital level. And number 3 is a community level. So with those information available, we can further strengthen the stewardship, and the AMR can be suppressed. Next slide, please. So this is how WIPLAX works. We have a methodology and also the platform which can support the country to build a system and also to collect the data as well as clean the data, and then also provide support for the interpretation and giving the feedback. The national level is also completed and available on the website. Hospital level, also the community level, they are under development, but they should be available around the end of this year or very, very early next year. Next slide, please. So one of the results from the WIPLAX is shown here. We are about to publish the very first report of the WIPLAX, analyzing the national level data from 2018, submitted from 7 countries and areas in the region, which of course include Malaysia. So as the Honorable Minister mentioned already in his opening remark, most antibiotics are prescribed orally or for the outpatient. You can see here, most countries and areas here, more than 90% of the antibiotics are oral. So this is very important to think how we can reduce the amount of oral antibiotics prescribed, especially for like very mild diseases such as common cold. Next slide, please. These are the 14 countries and areas already enrolled in WIPLAX. Next slide, please. Yeah. We are in the midst of the data call for the WIPLAX national level consumption. And then thank you very much for the Malaysia Focal Point for the communication on this. We are very much encouraging to use the data source from domestic manufacturer and importation so that we can capture all available antimicrobials in the country. And then, which is in the very upstream of the supply chain to easily represent what is available at the country level. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. So this is the last part of my presentation. How COVID-19 pandemic affects antimicrobial stewardship. We are still in the process of seeing many data coming from the countries, but I would like to introduce some interesting findings. Next slide, please. How COVID pandemic affects stewardship or appropriate usage of antimicrobials. As already mentioned, actually, the percentage of having secondary bacterial co-infection among hospitalized COVID patients are low. This meta-analysis showed only 8% of such hospitalized COVID patients have secondary bacterial co-infection. However, 75% of such patients are receiving antibiotic therapy, very much indicating that there are overuse or perhaps inappropriate usage of antibiotics for such patient. As we are getting to know more about the COVID patient and how we can provide clinical management for such patient, I think this number can be improved in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I said, the data suggests the incidence of bacterial co-infection are low as 8%. Please click. Yes, thank you. So this is coming from the WHO guideline for the clinical management. We recommend that suspected or confirmed mild COVID patient, we recommend against the use of antibiotic or prophylaxis. For suspected or confirmed moderate patient, antibiotics also should not be prescribed unless there is clinical suspicion of a bacterial infection. For severe COVID patients who require oxygen, the use of empiric antimicrobials are recommended. And then antimicrobial therapy should be assessed daily for de-escalation. Next slide, please. Yeah. Looking at the national trend of the national level antimicrobial consumption monitoring, I would like to introduce some interesting findings which came from Australia, Japan, and the USA. They are all showing decreasing trend of the amount of antibiotics used in those respective countries. For example, Australia, they showed antimicrobial use data showed 40% drop in antimicrobial dispensed between March and April 2020, and then this stays after this period or the rest of the year as well. Japan showed the surveillance data using the sales national data showed there's a 20% decrease in 2020 compared with 2019. Another interesting data report from US is national sales data using the IQVIA that showing that percent change in dispensing systemic antibiotics among children under 20 years old decreased by around 50%. And also antivirals for influenza decreased by 97% in between April and December 2020 compared with the previous year. So basically they are showing the decreasing trend, and then mainly they are attributable to decreased number of outpatient. Actually, many people abstain from visiting the hospital, being afraid of getting COVID infection. That's one of the reasons. But this is ongoing, and we need to be very alert and careful what's going to come for the more data. I mean, what is the more data to come in the future, and also from the many countries, including low and middle income countries. Next slide, please. So what will be the ways forward? Next slide, please. I would like to very much emphasize that despite its significant impact, COVID-19 pandemic can be an opportunity to strengthen our fight against AMR. We need to strengthen system response to infectious diseases, including IPC, stewardship, surveillance. I mean, people or policymakers' interest for these fight against infectious diseases is more than higher. I mean, unprecedentedly higher than ever. So this is an opportunity for us to use this to further strengthen the system response to fight AMR. So we, WHO, continues to work together with the member states guided by the AMR framework paper with system building approach. Next slide, please. Next click, please. WHO continues to support endorsement, implementation, and the revision of the National Action Plan for AMR in the member states. And then I would like to thank MOH Malaysia for giving us an opportunity to discuss and provide some support for the revision of your national AMR action plan. Thank you very much. Lastly, Western Pacific Regional Antimicrobial Consumption Surveillance System, or WIPLAX, supports antimicrobial consumption surveillance in the country as a tool for action and decision making. And I very much looking forward to the continuing discussion and the collaboration with a focal point for WIPLAX at Malaysia MOH. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the end of my presentation. And then I would like to thank again for this opportunity to make a presentation for this very, very important webinar. And then I see this webinar has been very, very successful. And then I am sure this is going to be a very successful Waaw week for Malaysia. I would like to again encourage everyone who are joining for this webinar to make pledge online. Please search with Google using the term race to 1 million pledges. And then you are going to see the Wipro website for the pledge at the top of the search results. Please click and then please make a pledge to join a movement with us to strengthen further fight against AMR. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk during this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Takeshi Nishijima, for the very relevant and insightful topic delivered. Before we proceed, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shashila Srilasri Ponampalawanar, Consultant, Infectious Diseases Physician, University Malaya Medical Center, to moderate our next agenda. Please welcome Professor Dr. Shashila.
Thank you very much. So a very good morning to everyone, and thank you all for joining us today to celebrate the World Antibiotic Awareness Week, our national level. As you all have heard from our esteemed guests of honor, antimicrobial resistance is a global threat today. In May 2015, the 68th World Health Assembly recognized the importance of public health problem posed by antimicrobial resistance by adopting the Global Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance. The Global Action Plan emphasized on the need to take a cross-sectorial One Health approach for controlling antimicrobial resistance in human and veterinary medicine. Recognizing the urgent need for cross-sectorial action to address antimicrobial resistance, the Assemblies of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, and the World Organization of Animal Health, OIE, also adopted resolutions supporting the Global Action Plan in 2015. The Worldwide Country Analysis Report on Worldwide Response to Antimicrobial Resistance shows that since then, many countries, including Malaysia, have developed national action plans, which encompasses a One Health approach. We cannot deny that the rapid emergence and spread of antimicrobial resistant organisms and infections are due to human negligence, which is irresponsible use of antibiotics and non-adherence to infection prevention practices, both in human and animal health. Hence, in conjunction with the World Antibiotic Awareness Week campaign at the national level, the organizing committee have put together an exciting program consisting of experts from various fields and sectors to enlighten us on how we can all be stewards for the future by stopping the overuse and misuse of antibiotics. Now, without further ado, let me introduce you to our first speaker, Professor Latifah Hassan. So Professor Latifah Hassan obtained her degree in a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from University Pertanian Malaysia, UPM, in 1995 and holds a doctorate from Cornell University, USA. Her field of expertise is on veterinary public health and epidemiology, and she is currently holding the post as Head of Department of Veterinary Laboratory Diagnostics, UPM. She is also the coordinator of the Malaysian One Health University Network, MyHun. Prof. Latifah is an active researcher and author and has published her work in many areas in food safety and emerging infections. I've had the pleasure of sitting on various AMR-related committees with Dr. Latifah, and she is the best person to give us this talk on One Health approach to AMR mitigation. So I welcome you, Latifah.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sashila, all the way from the USA. That's very kind of you, and thank you for the introduction. Definitely, I'm one of the familiar faces when talking about AMR, especially the One Health response. And I think I've been in this platform many times face-to-face, definitely, for the past few years for the World Antibiotic Awareness Week for both the KKM under the Ministry of Health and also for the Department of Veterinary Services. So before I forget, I just wanted, since I have so many of you, I wanted to thank you to the frontliners for amazing work during a pandemic. I don't think you get enough pat in the back, and thank you so much. And we could not be in this position without you. And thank you for your continuous effort in keeping all of us safe. So the topic that I've been given today is One Health response to AMR, current status and mitigation strategies. Along with me is Dr. Suraya and Dr. Rohaya from Ministry of Health and also Department of Veterinary Services. Many of the slides are shared between all of us, and I actually stole many of Dr. Suraya's slides in this, especially the mitigation part. And if there's any questions later, you can always ask her. So I'm a vet, so naturally I'm more biased towards animal health, but for today, my talk will be based on general things, and we'll talk about antibiotics for One Health, common antibiotics used for human, animal health, and animal production, current status of AMR, by which I'll compare some of the data that we have from the surveillance work that has been done by the various ministries alongside some of the clinical work that I did, and then measures to mitigate AMR and what is the future outlook. So where we were and where we are now, I think it's quite important to think and reflect back about our journey in AMR since we began in 2016, 2017. I think back then, I think the AMR efforts among the human health sector is so much mature than it is in any other sectors, including the veterinary sectors and aquaculture sectors. But since 2016 and 2017, things has picked up quite a bit. I'm happy to observe, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So 2016 is where this very important report came out. I think probably most of you have seen this report. Lord Jim O'Neill, this is a very influential report published by the UK, and it kind of like a turning point about the understanding about AMR and how important it is to do something about AMR. So Lord Jim O'Neill says that a campaign is needed to stop people treating antibiotics like sweets, and on antimicrobial resistance, it's now or never. So as a follow-up of that, the United Nations in its meeting, in a high-level meeting on AMR, actually, the Director General said that antimicrobial resistance poses a fundamental threat to human healthcare development and security, the commitment made today must now be translated into swift, effective, life-saving actions across the human, animal, and environmental health sectors. So at the beginning of 2016 up till 2019, I think the human health sectors and animal health sectors are two sectors that are very actively involved in the whole effort of AMR, especially at the local scene. I think we could not or did not manage to convince the environmental sectors to join in this effort too much. But I'm very, very happy because the National Antibiotic Resistance Committee, led by then Dr. Chris, and now Secretariat is led by Dr. Suraya, has managed to get the engagement and involvement of the environmental sectors. And they were there last week during the workshop, and good things are being planned by them, I'm sure, to help us in the surveillance of AMR. So if we want to talk about the worldwide global actions and initiatives of AMR, so beginning 2015, the Global Action Plan on AMR was published. And then 2016, I mentioned just now, the UN General Assembly declared politically about the importance of AMR, that and everybody need to be working together to solve or like to manage this problem. And then 2018 is when WHO, FAO, and OIE signed an MOU to strengthen their long-standing partnership with strong focus on AMR in One Health context, and then so on and so forth until 2021. And this is the last year by which our current action plan is active, and the National Antibiotic Resistance Committee is looking forward to develop a new action plan for the local use. So this is the local AMR journey in Malaysia. We started off, like I said before, the human health sector is definitely way advanced in its AMR management, or like antibiotic use management, compared to the livestock or animal health sectors. So since 1998, there's already the establishment of national surveillance of AMR. And then 2001, there's a formation of National Infection and Antibiotic Control Program. And then by so on and so forth, and until by 2009, this was not launched actually until quite recently, the Akta Makanan Haiwan 2009, which kind of like prohibits the addition of antibiotics as growth promotant. So that's a big step actually for the livestock sector, for the veterinary health sectors. And 2017 is when we had our Malaysian Action Plan launched, and establishment of NARC and the 4 technical working groups. And 2017 and 2021 is the implementation of strategies and activities by AMR. In 2020, of course, it was a little bit like placed on the back burner just because of everybody is trying to tackle and manage the pandemic, as we are currently still in the pandemic era. 2021 is the end of the year, and we're hoping to get the new one going very soon. So AMR, definitely a wicked problem. It is the epitome of One Health issues, and it demonstrates the interconnection between animal health, human health, and the environmental health. So with wicked problem, they are usually very ill-defined, unruly, and daunting. It is very complex. It has tangled roots. You don't know where one begins and where it ends. So, and also AMR, as we saw definitely at the beginning of the struggle of forming the strategic action plan, it is characterized by incomplete or contradictory knowledge, perceptions that may or may not be accurate, uncertain scope and scale, various potential explanations, differing and contested opinions on the solution. Definitely, we saw that it's a huge learning curve for every single individuals in the agency, especially those who are in charge to manage the AMR. There were a lot of like contesting opinions and solutions. The animal health sectors have certain opinions. The human health sectors have different opinions. So the formation of the action plan itself is a huge learning curve for everyone, to get everybody to talk together, to speak, to understand one another. Because if you don't do that, there will be a lot of finger pointing. As we saw, when any situation gets really difficult, it's always easier to point the other party than to share the responsibility and to bear the burden, right? So and these things can be very contagious, but the National Action Resistance Committee, led by Dr. Chris at that time, saw this as a problem, as a potential problem, and immediately, I think, took step in making it and turning it into a point by which everybody learned from each other, everybody owned the mess, and everybody actually owned the problem. So before we can do anything, whenever there's a complex problem that is so difficult to differentiate, like where it begins and where it ends, it's so difficult to own the problem and embrace the mess. So unless we can do this, and there are countries who are still trying to do this, we cannot go very far. I think the launching of the action plan is a very important milestone for the country, but the process of getting the action plan together is also a very, very crucial step in interagency collaboration. No doubt we have had the experience with Nipah, no doubt, but with Nipah, things kind of like slowed down because we did not have Nipah after the Nipah outbreak. So to get us working together again, making sure that everybody understands their role, their term of reference, why things happen the way they do, even trying to create understanding on why, for example, I'm a vet, I get a lot of these questions on why we give antibiotics to livestock, to food animals, to our animals. Why do we even give that to the animals? Even then, it requires a lot of willingness to teach, a lot of willingness to educate, and a lot of humbleness to be educated. I cannot tell you how many times I have to answer the questions of the same questions that I was telling you about. And there was one incident in the earlier part of One Health Antibiotic Awareness Week seminar, one of the seminars. I was sitting right next to a person who's quite influential in the animal health sectors. And right before I was called to the podium, which is an opening talk, as I was tapping to the podium, my name is being called. He said to me, I was in Japan recently, and I completely understand now why we had such problem with AMR and such acceleration of AMR in the world. It is because the veterinary sectors are using too much antibiotics. This is as I was stepping onto the podium to give a talk to everyone. So at that point, it really did influence how I gave the talk for that day, just because I'm a vet, I didn't want to be defensive, but perhaps I was, I don't know, I tried not to be. Because at that time, we're still trying to educate and creating that kind of understanding that this is everybody's mess, this is everybody's problem. It's not, you shouldn't blame one industry to shoulder the whole blame just because, because I mean, regardless of the fact that, and I completely attest to the fact that perhaps there is misuse, and definitely some of the productions are making use of a lot of antibiotics, but you should not be blaming one entity for the whole problem. So the formation of National Antibiotic Resistance Committee, the governance of it is, of course, under the Ministry of Health, and then also inclusive of Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Defense, Department of Veterinary Services, Department of Fisheries, and private sectors and professional bodies. and supported by 4 technical working group, which is under awareness and education, surveillance and research, infection prevention and control, and appropriate use of antimicrobials. So this has been going on since 2017, and the committee members for all the TWGs is inclusive of all the different agencies and including the universities. So I think that's one of the things that I think is unique about the NARC in Malaysia is the inclusion of university members into the TWGs. And it definitely this is relevant because a lot of times, and I know I am an academician and this is my view as an academician, we teach students how we want to teach them. You know, sometimes we may or may not be looking at our relevancy to what's happening around the world or even in Malaysia, for example. But the academicians included into the current effort of the country to heading for a certain way, going for a common goal. This is really crucial because as academician, you are teaching the future workforce. So if you know what's going on in the country, you know what's important, the way you teach the students, your curriculum, the syllabus that you are teaching the students will somehow change so that you can address the needs of the country. And therefore you are producing individuals that are more trained, they are more feel ready. At least that's my view as an academician. So the National Action Plan is co-chaired between the Ministry of Health DG and also the Veterinary Services DG, and have the coordinators and NARC members and all this. You can see the organizational chart right here. I'm not going to go too deeply into it because I definitely you know this perhaps better than I do. And these are the stakeholders. So it's because I'm a vet, I'm going to go a little bit more into the veterinary aspect. So the FAO, WHO, and OIE signed this tripartite agreement, and then they relaunched it in 2018 to make sure that antibiotics, because it is being used to treat human and animal diseases, it should thus be treated as public good. And in the animal sector, I'm not talking necessarily about Malaysia here, I'm talking about the region and also many parts of the world where antibiotics are used quite freely. And it's not because they want to use it freely just because, suka-suka, but it's because perhaps for every one vet in the country, maybe they have to serve about 100,000 individuals. So getting care from veterinarians is not easy. So in countries, for example, one of the hotspots of AMR in the region is Vietnam. And in Vietnam, if you walk down the street, you can actually buy concoctions of antibiotics at the grocery store. I'm not sure whether that still remains to be true, but it has been true for the past 5 years. So just because there's very few vets, they need animal health care and they couldn't get it. So that's why it is made available. But doing that is not good for anybody. So antibiotics, it should be treated as public good. You cannot be using antibiotics thoughtlessly. Thoughtless administration, thoughtless consumption, that is the problem, I think, with AMR that needs to go. But that needs behavioral change, that needs cultural change, and that needs more time, I think, to be changed. AMR will not just impact us in the short run, but it will also impact the sustainable development goals that is to be achieved by 2030, right? So it impacted at least how many sustainable development goals right here? No poverty, no poverty, which is goal number 1, good health and well-being, goal number 3, zero hunger, goal number 2, and reduce inequality, goal number 10, and then also goal number 8. So it actually influences SDG, increasing the risk of not achieving this sustainable developmental goal by 2030. So as mentioned before, and I heard from Encik Kari, our Minister of Health, and then from our representative from WHO, that the major drivers for AMR globally is the use of antibiotics in humans and in animals. And for veterinarians, antibiotic is a tool, and it's a great tool for us to do our job as a vet. In fact, when we took our oath, this is one of our promise to alleviate pain, to take care of the animal welfare. So definitely we cannot do away with our antibiotics, but there are controversial use, which is the AGP. And this perhaps needs to go. And at the beginning of talking about managing AMR, the use of antibiotic as growth promoter is the most controversial. And it gave a lot of the industries gets a lot of pressure because of this. And I'm really happy to say that, you know, a lot of efforts has been done by our veterinary sectors in the country to make sure that we minimize this. Because antibiotics are used not just to treat, because of the intensification of the animal farming, the way that it has changed, you know, raising a lot of animals in short time in a very small area, antibiotics are also used for prophylaxis and for metaphylaxis. So these two types of usage also needs to be monitored and controlled. So as I said before, because of the expanding human population demand for animal protein, you know, it is based on our demand. We are more affluent, we have more money, we want to eat more protein. So to supply for this demanding human needs, so livestock industrialization is the way to go for many countries. So because of that, antibiotics are being used in that. And it has been used as AGP, but now most of the countries are doing away with AGP, and Malaysia is also minimizing the use of antibiotics as AGP as we speak. Antibiotics, some of the one that is being used for humans overlaps with the ones that are used for animal care. And if you see here, some of the critically important antibiotics listed by WHO is also the veterinary critically important antibiotics for animal health. So because of the classes overlap, even though sometimes the type of antibiotics may be different, cross protection or cross resistance has been reported. So that's really a major concern. So just another depiction of the overlapping antibiotics used for both animal and human health care. So because of that, OIE has developed a few strategies and, you know, suggested prudent use of antibiotics in animals. As for now, there is no stewardship for antibiotics in animals. I know agencies are working towards that, but it's very difficult to develop stewardship. So for now, the international agencies are just recommending the prudent use of antibiotics in animals. Like I said before, until recently, use of antibiotics in animals are less monitored in most countries. And we're talking about general countries. European countries are different. They are way, way advanced, and they have been monitoring the use of antibiotics since 2006. And they are very developed now in terms of their data collection and surveillance system, very, very established. But for most countries, even other developed countries like Australia and US, it's quite difficult. And definitely if you're talking about Malaysia and the rest of the region, it's quite challenging because, you know, antibiotic use are for multiple species. There's various ways of using, various levels of availability, and highly associated with socioeconomic drivers. In addition, there's very little clinical data about the impact of AMR on animal health. Data from surveillance are being built up for better evidence-based decision, definitely. Okay, so what is the current scene of AMR? I'm just going to focus on one organism, which is E. coli, okay? Because E. coli is an indicator organism, and you can isolate E. coli as environmental organism, and also very important, causing disease agent in both human and animal diseases. Okay, so I took this directly from Dr. Sue's slide, her presentation from the recent workshop that we did. So this is for E. coli. This is from all clinical specimens from 2015 to 2020. So if you see here, the percent of resistance, just in general, is never more than 30% for any of the antibiotics that is tested, right? So some of these antibiotics are also used for the animal health surveillance and food surveillance, but some are different. But I just want you to focus on the fact that it's less than 30%. Okay, so if you look at the broiler, this is in live chicken. This is based on, again, the recent data from the surveillance work. This is from live chicken, yeah, the chicken that you eat every day. So looking at the various antibiotics, and these antibiotics may not be the same as you saw before, but some of them are, such as Cipro and I think, what was it before just now? Ceftazidime was there. So many of these antibiotics that are commonly used in animal health, such as ampicillin, tetracycline, streptomycin, and rofloxacin, are sky high in terms of its resistance, almost 100%. So that's really telling, and it's really worrying. And you saw that actually there is no decline in terms of the resistance. And what's worrying is that this chloramphenicol part, this is a banned drugs for food animals. So we need to find explanation on why this is so high. You know, what is the gap here? What's the problem here resulting in this kind of scenario? And this is not consistent just for chicken. If you, okay, so to compare just now, in human clinical cases, in animal life, and then in carcass. So if you see here, across the different antibiotics, this is used for the surveillance, integrated surveillance, all right, almost all of them is below 30%. So it is very different than what you saw in the live chicken, but very similar in what you saw with the human clinical cases. So we need to figure this out. Okay, in pigs, again, very similar. We see here that for most of the antibiotics commonly used in animal production and animal medicine, such as tetra, strepto, ampicillin, these are erythromycin, these are really sky high. There's a little bit of colistin, but it's going, it's not as high, and I hope it's coming down because colistin is no longer used for treatment or in feed. But again, look at the chloramphenicol. This is banned drugs to be used in food animals. So what's going on there? So we need to figure this out. And if you look here in pork, not similar at all to the live pigs, but rather a little bit more similar to what's happening with the human E. coli isolates, right? So both chicken, carcass, and pork. And here for fish, this is from tilapia fish and pond water. This is from sea bass fish and pond water. F is for fish, W is for the water, which is the environment. A lot less in terms of resistance compared to live chicken or live pork, but the erythromycin is sky high for both fish, tilapia, and also for sea bass, including, and again, chloramphenicol is not supposed to be used, but you find something here as well. And if you see the comparison between the various type of animal production, the blue here is for fish, the red is for broiler, the green is for layer, your layer where you get your eggs, and the purple is for your pigs. See here that for fish, I did not plot the for erythromycin, but it's similar between fish and broiler and pigs for data for 2020, which is really sky high. For the rest of them, for fish, even though the same kind of like trends you see for the various antibiotics, but a lot more less than what you saw in both broiler, which is the highest, and then followed by pigs, and then followed by the layer. So for clinical isolates, this is for ruminants, which includes cattle, goats, and all that. These are diseased animals. You see very similar trends of resistance to the live chickens and live pigs. You see lots of resistance to tetracycline, to streptomycin, to amoxicillin, to ampicillin, and you see very similar weight in non-ruminants, which are your chickens and your pigs. Also, although in non-ruminants, you're seeing a higher level of resistance for clinical isolates. And if you're looking at MDR, just look at the E. coli right here. This is from clinical isolates. Almost 70% are MDR, which is resistance to more than 3 different classes of antibiotics. And if you, this is what my students did, and looking at the differences between the ruminants and non-ruminants antibiotic resistance trends and percentages. So there's definitely a significant difference for a number of the antibiotics, which includes the tetracycline, amoxicillin, and some other ones right here, which is enrofloxacin. So definitely you're seeing that the production style or the way the animal is being raised definitely plays a big role in terms of the resistance that you saw in live animals. If you're talking about livestock, we sometimes forget about our small animals. I know many of you have dogs and cats. So let's look at what's happening in our diseased cats and diseased dogs. This is not based on the antibiotic use for our integrated surveillance. This is based on what has been applied by the clinician in the hospital and in the clinic. So it's really, I'm not a practitioner, I'm not a veterinary practitioner, but I'm really worried. Just because if you see here, most of the antibiotics commonly used for treatment of our pets, I'm sure you have pets, you love your pets, they're part of us. They are completely more than 50% resistant already to those antibiotics that are commonly used. And you see the same trends here for most, these are the pathogens always we isolate in animal cases, animal sickness. And here, if you focus on the E. coli right here, this is for cats and this is for dogs. Again, between 70 to 80% are already resistant to more than 3 classes of antibiotics. This is for our pets. And very sadly, this is one of the things that I plotted from additional data that we have from our lab, from our diseased wild animals. We also saw that even in wildlife that we don't usually administer antibiotics, they are freely out there. So you see that even for them, for ampicillin, for tetracycline, for a few of the drugs, it is already above 50% resistant for E. coli. So this will definitely risk our sustainable development goals number 15, which is life on land, because these animals, they are part of our ecosystem. They're so important to us. They're our khazanah, they're treasures. They're so important for biodiversity. So if we don't take care of what's happening in the environment, our wildlife will get it. So what are the mitigation measures? So according to Van Boekel, if we don't do anything by 2030, we'll be consuming about 200,000 tons of antibiotics. And then a few of the simulation that was done to suggest what is the capping method that we can do. And basically it's saying that we need to be doing something. We cannot be doing it like business as usual, because this is how much we'll be consuming. If we do this and that, it will reduce it to a certain number. Just because antibiotics are not being produced as much as it was, is not being discovered. There's very little R&D for this. Big Pharma do not find it very attractive to develop new antibiotics, just because as soon as the antibiotics is out in the market, resistance develops. So So OIE has relaunched the terrestrial code online so that to emphasize the antimicrobial resistance and the effort that should be taken by the various veterinary authorities around the world to make sure that we take care of this problem. So these are the various chapters in there, including harmonization, monitoring, and then responsible and prudent use. Like I said before, we don't have stewardship yet. Hopefully it is being developed and people are moving towards that. Just to show you the various antibiotics and the way that it is being portrayed in the list of veterinary important antimicrobial agents for food producing animals. And that in there, because of the tripartite agreement and also the recognition how important it is that we work together to make sure that we manage the problem with AMR together. So OIE has stated this, that antibiotics very important, such as colistin, it should not be used as preventive treatment, not to be used as first line of treatment. You cannot use it extra labelly, and you cannot, and you must urgently prohibit the use of growth promoters. So in 2020, DBS has came out with the National Veterinary Antimicrobial Guidelines, and this is to be used by everyone in the veterinary related health areas in the hospitals and in the clinic, and also, independent veterinarians going to the farms. So according to the laws, no one shall incorporate any antibiotics into the feed. And then you cannot be possessing any feed or feed additives that contains antibiotics. So the worry about the antimicrobial growth promoter in feed, hopefully it will be taken care of with the act and the fact that people can be punished if they were found to possess that. Okay, other than that, we have MyGAP, which is the agricultural way of monitoring to make sure that there's good and accredited way of producing animals. This includes like farms and also our agricultural plantation. So for animal farms that are under MyGAP, they have to be monitored and they are audited in terms of antibiotic use and other diseases. So Malaysia banned the colistin in 2019 for both therapy and also for AGP. So that's a big step in the animal health sector. I don't know actually how much time I have because I'm not even looking at the clock. So I'm not going to go through this. This is what was presented by Dr. Su. I'm just going to go quickly so that you can see what has been done by the whole team of and the various agencies to make sure that we are using and abiding by our action plan. So these are the implementations of AMR and antibiotic awareness campaign, the numbers that has been performed so far. These are the number of AMR awareness activities and campaign conducted at the national level, a little bit deep in terms of numbers by 2020 and 2021, just because of the pandemic. The number of promotional activities conducted through mass media, the number of community empowerment program conducted, the number of joint conferences, workshops, meetings. And then this is for objective number 2, the number of medical institutions participating in AMR surveillance. Definitely we need more engagement from the private health sectors. And then the number of medical institutions participating in HA and DRO surveillance. You can also ask Sue about this because I don't know. And then the number of personnel trained using HUNAT. Recently, the Department of Veterinary Services also conducted this training among its laboratories to make sure everybody's using it. The point prevalence survey of UTI in the community, the number of primary healthcare facilities participating in gonorrhea surveillance, And then the number and type of samples obtained for surveillance of AMR in food producing animals. This is active work by the Department of Veterinary Services. And then for objective number 3, the number of paramedics with IPC post-based training on IPC and biosecurity at various levels, the number of it, trainings of IPC and biosecurity at various levels. And then the hand hygiene program that has been conducted. And the policies and guides. The standards and registered premises under MyGAP certification. I spoke about MyGAP just now, so that's the number. And the number of registered premise complying with MyGAP and certified with VHM under Department of Veterinary Services. Audit at the farm, emphasizing on good husbandry, health program, and biosecurity practices based on state enactment. The vaccination coverage in children. The animal health program by vaccination. As you know, vaccination will ensure that we don't need to treat for secondary bacterial infection. And then objective number 4, the antimicrobial use. Actually, it was amazing. I congratulate the NAC so much for this, because definitely there's a lot of advancement in terms of knowledge on how much antibiotics are being used. And then especially in the animal health sector, we don't know very much. And now we know a little bit more than where we started. Thank you so much for that. So this is just a certification program. The audit.
Sorry to interrupt you. You have,
yeah.
The time is up, but if you can wrap it up within 1 minute, do you think?
Sure. Yes. So I'm sorry, because I have no idea.
No worries. You're good.
So many programs has been done and conducted by various agencies to make sure that everybody knows about AMR, that is in our mind. And we try to work to make sure that everybody is on the same boat. So in conclusion, One Health approach in response to AMR plays a pivotal role in driving transformation to current and future workforce in society. Sustainable and transformative education and awareness must be strengthened within organizations and communities at large, therefore must happen at various levels and directions. I'm not talking just about this maybe at the hospital level or people within the organization. I'm also talking about the community and definitely at the university, because universities will train the future workforce. So getting university involved is very, very important. Various schemes, activities, and programs has been delivered, but we don't know what is the success. So we need to maybe interpret or give the definition on what we meant by success and see whether it has achieved that target. The future outlook, as you saw just now, very troubling pattern of resistance in animal health, consistent trends between surveillance and clinical data, large variations between AMR from live animals to animal products, but the animal products very close to the human picture on AMR. And then we need to engage private healthcare, farmers, and private veterinary sectors to mitigate AMR problem, because I think for now, there's not too much engagement from the private sectors, both from the human side and animal side. And definitely we need political will to increase funding and human resource for AMR surveillance efforts. Since I'm on the animal side, so I'm inclined to talk a little bit more about animals. So I think that's definitely need to increase funding and surveillance effort in animals and the environment, because I know for budgeting, for example, it's quite difficult to convince, if you are in a ministry that do not understand health, to convince them that, hey, this is really important, we need to do this because we will take care of public health. Sometimes it can be difficult to convince people on the top. So what I'm saying is that perhaps, it is very important that people on the top to talk to each other and to convince each other that this is an important thing to do, between the various ministries, because animal health issues is a public health issue. Where you're gonna get that chicken to eat for KFC and stuff. So thank you so much. I apologize again if I exceeded my time. Thank you to my students providing the data. Thank you to NARC. Thank you to WG, KKM, and GBS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Latifa. I think, and I think I speak for everyone, that was a very enlightening talk, and it felt like as if I was in a really scary movie, but it was good to see there was a light at the end of the tunnel. And I must say, from the first meetings that we used to attend, when there was no data at all, we see a lot of data now. And I think that is, surveillance is always the first step, isn't it? Knowing where we are will give us an opportunity to put in the interventions. So it's really good to see that we have good plans and policies in place. I think that's always the best, the first step. And I think we can have further discussions later, and I'm sure people will be asking questions. But I would like to, and I'm sure if we could clap, all of us be clapping. And thank you very much. That's a very, very good talk. So to go on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Dr. Chow Teng Soo. She's a colleague and a very good friend of mine. She obtained her MD from University of Science Malaysia in 1996 and her MRCP Edinburgh, UK in 2000. She completed her training in infectious diseases in 2006 and has been accredited as an infectious disease physician in the National Specialist Registry. She's currently a consultant infectious diseases physician in Hospital Pulau Pinang and also a sessional consultant in Glen Eagles, Penang. This is a very modest CV. Dr. Chow is the lead in Penang Hospital and in Penang. She takes care of all the outbreaks over there. So, there's much more than this. So Dr. Chow will be talking to us about how does a person contribute to AMR? And I'm sure she'll be giving us a very enlightening talk. So Chow, to you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Sheila. And I would like to share my slide right now. And here we go. And I was given a topic that is, when I first got this topic and I asked the organizer, okay, this is going against what we always do. And I find it very interesting because this is a message to illustrate what we do wrong, all right? It's not to say that what we should do, but it's just that how does a person contribute to antimicrobial resistance, all right? And then I would like to share my slides right now. I believe that every participant sitting here today understood that antimicrobial resistance is a global threat. Otherwise, we will not be sitting here. And how are we going to work together with the other parties and with the other organizations to combat this antimicrobial resistance? And these are the main message of this World Antibiotic Awareness Campaign right now. And I believe that every 10 years, all the social media would like to post their own picture of how they look like, in 10 years ago and in 10 years now. Sometimes people get fatter, sometimes people get thinner and healthier. But for antimicrobial issues, and this is the message that it is very, very strong, and it was on the Twitter, and I love it so much, and I cut it, and I always use it on antimicrobial resistance topics. As you can see that on the left-hand side is a petri dish of an E. coli in 2009. As you can see that this E. coli is fully sensitive to most of the antibiotics. Yet in 2019, the E. coli has become a carbapenem resistant E. coli, and some of them has been colistin resistant also as well. So these are the message that is strongly telling us that the antimicrobial resistance is a global challenge. And I believe that all this mess is seen globally and not in one country only. And what was the impact of antimicrobial resistance? I think the previous speech from WHO representative and our DG also has already mentioned, but I would like to highlight again and stress again, antimicrobial resistance is a global health threat, and it has been the most prioritized matter globally also as well. Because if we don't tackle antimicrobial resistance in year 2050, one person will die in every 45 seconds due to antimicrobial resistance issue or infections. As of now, we have 700,000 deaths annually dying of AMR issues. And if we don't tackle it right now, and we don't step up right now, an estimated of 10 million deaths per year will happen. And this will cost 10 trillion pounds of treatment costs also as well to the healthcare system. And the next slide, I would like to stress that why is it so important? Because we are running out of time. Because every time a new antibiotic has been developed or marketed, in the next 1 to 10 years' time, a resistant organism towards that new antimicrobial agent will be found. For example, as you can see that in 1940s, penicillin was founded. And then in 1 year time, you can see that Staphylococcus aureus, which is penicillin sensitive, had become resistant to penicillin. And to illustrate this further, cloxacillin or methicillin is actually used to treat Staphylococcus, was founded in 1960. And you can see that methicillin-resistant Staph aureus occurred in the same year when the methicillin or cloxacillin is founded. All right. And you look at vancomycin. Vancomycin is special. Vancomycin is founded in 1958. However, vancomycin-resistant Staph aureus is reported in 2004. That was a little bit long duration. But you look at gram-negative antibiotics. Initially, penicillin can treat most of the gram-positive and negative. However, you can see that in the year in 1980, we really need to use all those cephalosporins because most of the penicillin is resistant towards the Enterobacteriaceae. But then in next 3 to 5 years' time, extended spectrum beta-lactamases against all these third-generation cephalosporins, resistant to third-generation cephalosporins has been founded. And then, it became resistance. And then, hence, a carbapenem was actually designed to treat all the extended spectrum beta-lactamases infection. And in 1985, imipenem was actually marketed and, less than 20 years. All right. Klebsiella pneumoniae, which is ESBL type resistance to carbapenem. Carbapenem-resistant Klebsiella pneumoniae has been reported, and so on and so forth. So we knew that for all the antibiotics that had been marketed, in next year or in the 10 years' time, we will definitely see a resistance against that antimicrobial agent. Therefore, we really need to be gearing up our sleeves, pull out our sleeves, and everybody has a role to use this antibiotic judiciously so that we don't lose this common commodity every year. And then in eventuality, we do not even have a good antibiotic to treat any kind of infections in the future. So what is the contributing factors of antimicrobial resistance? One graph, one slide will illustrate everything. I think Prof. Latifah has already mentioned about veterinary use of antibiotics. And also now I'm going to address the human use of antibiotics. As you can see that we knew inappropriate antibiotic usages in human were actually illustrated in this graph, were harbor resistant organism. And then when he became very sick and admitted to the hospital, IV antibiotics will be given. And the way that he has probably colonized with multi-drug resistant organism in the stool or in the urine with poor infection control, it will spread among the other patients, and the other patients will bring the infection back to the community. At the same time, I think Prof. Latifah has already mentioned about, heavily on usages of antibiotics in the animal and agriculture area also can induce antimicrobial resistance. So now we know the big two clogs of antimicrobial resistance existence is because of inappropriate usage of antimicrobial being misused or overused. And don't forget, I would like to highlight the second most important link that everybody need to understand is infection prevention, control, and vaccination and sanitization has to be improved at the same time. So did we really overuse the antibiotics or not? Okay, somebody will say that the antibiotics usages is in tons in agriculture and animal. But we knew that in human usage of antibiotic, even though it's not in tons, but this is the main driver of antimicrobial resistance because the most overuse and misuse is always happening in the clinical setting. So in this slide, I would like to stress that there are global consumption of antibiotics really stated that there is actually a rise in using of antibiotics every now and then. So you see in human medicine, the global consumption of antibiotics had risen to 36% between year 2000 and 2010. And among that, you can see that 255 million doses is consumed annually in US. And this has been identified as overprescription of antibiotics, especially in the community setting for upper respiratory tract infections. And out of 40 million people who are given antibiotics for respiratory issues annually in US, almost up to half of all the antibiotics prescribed are not needed or inappropriately prescribed. Only 13 million people who are actually needed an antibiotic was given an antibiotic. So this is a slide that has illustrated that we have overused our antibiotics globally. And how does this antibiotic resistance occur? We believe that there is a high number of bacteria in the environment, all right? And it actually already harbor, a few of them are actually resistant to the antibiotics with the gene, all right? Once we actually introduce an antibiotics to human, it kills not only the bacteria that causing the illness, at the same time, it kills all the good bacteria, which is protecting the body from other infections. And what it lead to? It will lead to the resistant bacteria now being the only bacteria that is surviving in the gut or in the flora of the human, and it became overgrown and take over as a normal flora for that person. And that's what we call colonizer. All right. And then these bacteria sometimes are very easily to transmit their resistant gene through plasmid transmission. So they may actually transfer the resistant gene to another type of virus or bacteria, and then causing the infection, which should be the mild one, became multi-drug resistant, which is more difficult to treat. So this is another slide to illustrate what a kind intention of clinicians may end up become a bad outcome. So a patient comes with viral fever, let's say a dengue fever, okay? And then the doctor with a kind intention feeling that I would like to cover an infection, a bacterial infection, because I'm not sure. What if I missed a bacterial infection? And in the kind intention to overtreat the patient because I want to cover most of the bacteria in the world to cover this infection. So at the same time, the first good bacteria will die in the gut, and then what the patient will actually colonize or over-colonize by all the C. diff and CRE in the stool. And eventually, these gut flora will actually become a bacteremic in sepsis if the patient has not been discharged early or continue using of the antibiotics persistently. So the patient may actually eventually die of MDRO infection. So the resistance rates are determined by infection prevention control and vaccines coverage, and also the use of antibiotics in humans, how high is the usage, and not forgetting environmental and public health services, the sanitation, okay? So now I'm going to touch on antibiotics. Inappropriate use of antimicrobials in the clinical setting has been documented consistently in many of the audits, but generally, on average, 50% of antibiotics prescribed are inappropriately, and 50% of the patients have poor compliance to the antibiotic that they are prescribed. And then 50% of the population do not have the access to the essential antibiotics. Now we go on to how does a person, all right, contribute to an AMR, a negative presentation, okay? So first of all, I go to patient factor first. So these are the bad practices of the patients on antibiotics. A lot of clinicians will always say that my patient demand the antibiotics when they come and see me, or my patients actually self-purchased over-the-counter antibiotics in the pharmacy, or my patients or the patients do not complete the whole course. When they felt better, they actually stopped the antibiotic prematurely, or the patients actually underdose because they said that, oh, I like antibiotic, I want antibiotic, but I do not want it to be a higher dose. I would like to cut from 2 capsules or 2 tablets to 1 tablet because I'm afraid, but I want the antibiotic. So these are some of the bad practices of the patients. And some of us actually shared with the friends and family because of the leftover. So they will keep all the antibiotics in a Tupperware or in a container, And then, oh, okay, when you are sick, you have fever, okay, I take this antibiotic, I felt better. So why don't you take it also as well? Offering helps. Too kind and too keen actually become a bad attitude, okay, a bad practices. Or reuse or recycle also as well. So these are all the wrong one which I actually put across over there. So how to avoid antibiotic resistance? This is the right one, the right message. We need to take antibiotics as prescribed by clinicians, all right? Complete the entire course, even you are feeling better by day 3 or day 4. All right, do not save antibiotics for future use. So most of the antibiotics you need to return or dispose it carefully, all right? And do not take antibiotics for viral infections and do not use someone else's antibiotics. These are all the message that we should practice and not the one on the left-hand side. So what do we perceive as a doctor or as a clinician? You know, I keep hearing my colleagues, you know, some of the my colleagues are GPs, general practitioners, they kept on mentioning that patient demand antibiotics. So I actually found this paper illustrate that how clinicians perceive patient demand for antibiotics. So this was a survey, all right? This was a survey done in the 25 clinicians in the primary community care setting for 9 practices across 3 states of US. So there are 3 main factors that actually motivate clinically unnecessary antibiotic use because they give in to the patient demand. So the clinicians actually are worried about whether the visits of the patients become valuable or not. They want to make the visits of the patients valuable and believe that antibiotic prescription will demonstrate this value. And the second motive is the clinicians want to avoid negative repercussions because they are worried about confrontation. Also, they are worried loss of income because the patient may actually jump to doctor and not coming back. And also, what if he meets a real infection? So the reputation also being compromised, you know, and emotional exhaustion. Because after you explain to the patient and patient insists, you know, keep on insisting, they felt very, very tired and, you know, emotional exhausted, okay? And also they are worried about degraded patient-doctor relationships. And number 3, the motives why the clinicians give in is they believe that in certain patients that it's impossible to satisfy without an antibiotic prescription, even though the patient knew the antibiotic is not necessary, but you know they cannot convince and they just give up, you know, impossible to satisfy all that. This is something very, very interesting. All right, and the solutions is in the paper they suggest that, you know, in or whatever interventions that we want to mention about patient demand, we need to come up with interventions to improve this by addressing these 3 main topics, these 3 main concerns. So what we should do, we need to educate the clinicians to understand what is AMR in a deeper manner and resist and to actually, you know, give them incentive to resist the pressure from the demanding patients. And at the same time, we need to increase our public awareness on AMR as well. And try to make sure that this message has to actually pass through that whatever time you spend with the patients to explain about AMR and the bad, you know, consequences of AMR is as worthy as antibiotic prescription. So this message must be passed through, and I hope that all the GPs are now hearing. Please, you know, spend some time because that will actually increase the value of the visits also as well, because your patients will feel happy because you are not seeing me for 5 minutes, you are seeing me for 30 minutes and you explain to me and you educate me as though I am somebody that is actually educated and able to be accepted, whatever thoughts that you are giving me. So, and the other thing that is over-counter therapy, over-counter antibiotic therapy. As we know that majority of the upper respiratory infections are actually viral in etiology, 80% of them. And we know that 75% of antibiotic use in community setting is directed against URTI, majority of them are 60%. And it is estimated 7% of antibiotic consumed in the EU country is without a prescription. It's not only happening in Southeast Asia, okay? This is happening also in EU country. Like for example, in Greece, Romania, Cyprus, and all the EU member states say that highest usage of antibiotics without prescription is mainly driven over-the-counter retailing or selling of antibiotics. It can go up to 80 to 100% obtained through a pharmacy. So we need to understand why people like over-counter antibiotics. So first of all, we need to understand that the characteristic of over-the-counter antibiotics, the characteristic of it is mainly a brief interactions with patients. The patients may not need to wait in line because most of the pharmacies, they actually had a very faster line, and there's no need to follow up. Whether, the doctor sometimes will say, oh, you need to come back for 5 days, for me to check again and see whether the infection or whether it's not infection, and all these need follow up. But this over-the-counter sales, they actually do not give appointment to come back. And also in the pharmacy, commercial interest in selling these antibiotics because of sales and promotion of specific drug company also. The higher you actually buy the antibiotic, the larger the volume, the lower the price, and the profit margin actually increase because it will still remain the same price that you sell at market price. So these are the few characteristics of over-counter dispensing antibiotics. And what are the drivers of people seeking over-the-counter antibiotics? Less consumption of time and cost because you do not require to pay the doctor consultation fees. You do not have to take the bloods or investigation. And at the same time, you do not have to wait also in line and no need to come back and follow up. And also they perceive the complexity of navigating into the hospital or clinic settings by registration, and you have to sit in line to wait. And sometimes you may have to answer some questionnaire also as well. And it is actually, pharmacies in community setting is widely available. And the drivers of antibiotics selling in drugstores are, because of business and also incentive and incomes. And we do have policies, but in certain countries, there are lack of policies, preventing over-the-counter sales of antibiotics. But in Malaysia, it is clearly stated that over-the-counter sales of antibiotics is not allowed or is illegal. However, we do not have a good 100% of empowerment, and also, there are lack of checking mechanism or forfeiting mechanism for those pharmacies who do over-the-counter sales. I believe that there are actually certain rate, but the rate is very rare. Sometimes it happens only once a month or twice a month in my local setting. I'm not sure in other setting, but I think the enforcement is lacking. So we do have policy, but we really need enforcement and policy to be followed, because without enforcement, the policy will not be followed. So these are few things that I would like to address for over-the-counter antibiotics. So the next question, does over-the-counter antibiotic really contribute to the AMR? So I'm not talking about over-the-counter antibiotics like azithromycin or amoxicillin. Let's go down to just, over-the-counter sore throat medicines. Some of the sore throat medicine does contain some of the antibiotics that we do not largely use in our day-to-day clinical practices like gromycidine, neomycin, bacitracin, and thyrotricin. All right, and these studies is actually published recently in 2020 April. Look at the usual common over-the-counter sore throat medicine over 4 common human bacteria like Staph aureus, Klebsiella, Acinetobacter, and Streptococcus pyogenes. And I was so shocked when I saw this report. You can see that these are all the over-the-counter medicine where you do not even require a pharmacist. It can actually be available in some of the drugstore or some of the supermarket stores as well. So you look at bacitracin, okay? After the usage of bacitracin, there is an increase in 8-fold minimal inhibitory concentration of Staph aureus and Acinetobacter baumannii. What about thyrotricin? Okay, it increased 2.4-fold of resistance to Klebsiella pneumoniae. And in neomycin, MIC was increased 5,000 highfold for the baseline, or compared to the one that not exposed to neomycin on the Streptococcus pyogenes. And worst of all, it actually illustrates cross-resistance to the other antibiotics, to Cipro, to fusidic acid, gentamicin, amoxicillin clavulanate acid, and cefotaxime, which we usually used. And you can see all this to tell us that over-counter antibiotics is actually not a good news. All right. So the answer is yes. So how often a patient complete antibiotics? And these are the correspondence of in US, they've done a survey, and I would be very happy to look at this survey because 79% of the respondents knew that a person has to complete the whole course of antibiotics, even you're feeling better. However, how many percent actually really do it? Even though the knowledge is there, 74% really did it only. So it's about less than 3/4. And the subsequent answer is, if you do not finish your antibiotic, what do you use it for? 11% will say that they will keep it, the leftovers, for personal use or future use or sharing with their other friends. So this is actually a bit worrisome, okay? So that are patient factors. And what about doctors' factors? So I would like to illustrate here is there are actually inappropriate usage of antibiotics in primary care and in hospital setting, both also as well. As in look at community primary care, we knew that there are more than 80% of visits in the primary care belongs to upper respiratory infections. And we know that out of these, 80% are due to viral pathogens. However, the survey shows that there are 56% broad spectrum antibiotic prescribed to upper respiratory tract infections in overall, in a mean average in our country, in Malaysia. So there is actually overuse and misuse and inappropriate usage of broad spectrum antibiotics in our country. What about in Southeast Asia country like Bangladesh, Bhutan, Indonesia, Myanmar, Okay, look, this is a busy graph. I'm not asking you all to look, but you just focus on average of antibiotic given to upper respiratory tract infections. It ranges between 20 to even 80% in all the Southeast Asia country. And look at antibiotic available over the counter without prescription. Every country in Southeast Asia does, sell over-counter antibiotics to the patients. And this is a smaller graph to illustrate the median percentage of outpatients prescribed antibiotic across Southeast Asia country, and on the right-hand side, upper respiratory tract infections. Right-hand side is a very, very true picture. As you and I know that 80% of the time is viral, you should not have antibiotic, but you can see that generally about 20 to 80% of patients with upper respiratory tract infections were given antibiotics in these countries. So, and someone asked me, does primary care antibiotic prescribing drives antibiotic resistance? Well, these studies is only to, prove that whatever we believe is right. So it is stated here that, as long as you are given one dose, all right, even one course of antibiotic, antimicrobial resistance can last for even up to more than 1 year. So it is very important for us to know that don't have a feeling that, just one course, it will not cause harm. Yes, it will not cause harm on us, but it will cause harm for the patients that we prescribe, because he or she may actually harbor resistant gene. He or she may spread the resistant gene in the household. And the next time the child of that patient actually got sick, the child may have a antimicrobial resistant infections as from the community setting. So I like this slide because every time I will use this, all my doctors, if the next time, if anyone actually demand an antibiotics, and we might sometimes have to do this, slap, a tight slap, or of course not a real tight slap, but reminded ourselves to believe, to think back of this poster, it's virus, come on, it's virus, and then we start educate our patient. Do not prescribe antibiotics. Okay, that is primary care setting. Now it's hospital-based setting. And we realize that in our antibiotic audit, generally 50% of them are inappropriate. It can be inappropriate for targeted therapy, empirical therapy, and also surgical antibiotic prophylaxis. So in other words, we found out that there is unnecessary antibiotics being prescribed because there are some doctors actually treat non-bacterial infections with antibiotics. Fever equals to antibiotics. So these are the main message that ID team always say, fever not equals to antibiotics. But a lot of time our doctors are fever equals to antibiotics. Okay, so now they actually know that fever does not equal to antibiotics, the fever equals to refer to ID team. So this is what is happening right now. So inappropriate choice of empirical therapy, overcover with broad spectrum antibiotic. Even the patient is coming from community, not having previous antibiotic therapy or not been admitted in the past 3 months, but the doctors like to use broad spectrum antibiotics to treat just in case I want to cover most of the bacteria, because I do not know what is the bacteria that is involved. So the knowledge behind microbiology and also associated with your microbiology, antimicrobiogram, plus the clinical condition is very important. And there is also lack of de-escalation strategy or actually effort in the clinicians in those cases who are already proven no multi-drug resistant organism cultured after 3 days. So for example, if we empirically use vancomycin and there's no MRSA after 3 days, but still do not believe in it and say that, what if there could possible of MRSA? So I just want to continue to use vancomycin and linezolid. And for example, those patients who had no CRE cultured from any of the culture, tracheaspirate, be it tracheaspirate, swabs or rectal swabs or urine culture, but insisted on using colistin on and on and on. These are some of the clinicians difficult to let go of colistin because they felt that colistin will cover most of the multi-drug resistant organism, and also carbapenem, when there's no ESBL or insist to use carbapenem, even though the culture already proven is a sensitive gram-negative bacteria, but just in case they do not want to rock the boat, they just want to use carbapenem on and on and on. So these are all some of the features of clinicians reluctant to de-escalate. So these are a whole lot of activities that AMS team, antimicrobial stewardship team, have to do. And also inappropriate duration of therapy. As we know that community acquired pneumonia, we only need to treat 5 to 7 days, but insisted to treat more than 7 days. And hospital acquired pneumonia, sometimes we treat 8 to 10 days only, but insisted to treat more than 10 days. And surgical antibiotic prophylaxis. Most of the surgical antibiotic prophylaxis, you can see that 10% or to 30% only appropriate because they fail on duration that arm. Because most of the surgical antibiotic prophylaxis say it's only 1 dose or maximum only 1 day in certain special condition. But some of the antibiotics were prescribed more than 1 week. So these are the usual audits that we face yearly, it won't change, You hope that there is actually a change, but sadly to say that it is not changing in a remarkable way in Malaysia. So this illustrate heavily on what I've already mentioned. It happened in US also as well. As this pharmacy journal in June 2021, this is the latest, inappropriate therapy was seen in urinary tract infection in 77% using fluoroquinolones, and CAP, 47% using fluoroquinolones. And the key findings is nearly 56% prescription examined were inappropriate in specific antibiotic prescribed in the choice of antibiotic prescribed, duration of the treatment, and also for which they were given, okay? Whether it's UTI, maybe they use fluoroquinolones in an inappropriately way. So these are the few things that I would like to highlight, that it does not happen in Malaysia, it does happen globally also as well. So this is the slide of global. As you can see, that it's a busy slide, but look at the last column, okay? I will just summarize inappropriate antibiotic use in hospital settings across the EU country and also United Kingdom, some of the USA, is ranges between 9 to 64%. So in Malaysia, most of the antibiotic audits, we have about 50 to 60% inappropriate usages also as well. So I've already mentioned about antimicrobial resistance due to patient factor and clinicians factor. Now we are going to go to last or not least, infection prevention control, sanitization, water sanitization, and immunization. So antimicrobial resistance can spread through poor infection control because we fail to quickly identify those patients who harbor antimicrobial resistant gene. So that we didn't do screening pre-admission, and then the patient was admitted, and then, poor infection control, poor hand hygiene is spread from one patient to another patient. And also it involves suboptimal screening, surveillance program in infection prevention techniques also as well. And also it can be failed to identify patients at high risk of carrying AMR gene and overuse and misuse of antimicrobial at the same time. So as a clinician, it is very, very crucial for all of us to practice judicious and careful and caution use of antibiotic through antimicrobial stewardship program and practicing good infection prevention control. So what is antibiotic stewardship? I always mention this as a conservation program because we are losing our antibiotics in no time. So I like to highlight that it's everyone's responsibility to conserve whatever commodity that we still have by prudent use of antibiotic, choosing the right choice of empirical antibiotics, timely de-escalation with appropriate duration of therapy and early intravenous to oral conversion. This will improve the efficacy, reduce treatment cost, minimize drug-related adverse events, and limit the potential of emergence of antimicrobial resistant gene. And good infection control is isolation and also hand hygiene. So we need to isolate all these people by contact precaution and break the chain by doing good hand hygiene also as well. So this is the role of infection control. On average, 1 in every 10 patients is affected by healthcare-associated infection, 10%. And our usual data shows that we have about 5 to 6% of HCAI in our point prevalence surveys. Most of the time. And antibiotic-resistant and healthcare-associated infections had double or more likelihood to die. So effective infection prevention control with good hand hygiene and isolation practices and good diagnostic to help us to isolate resistant organisms, to understood that these patients need to isolate it. And then with good hand hygiene also as well, we will reduce healthcare-associated infections. And with every infection prevented is an antibiotic treatment avoided, because if we can avoid one infection, then we will not use the course of antibiotic. So we need to play a role in controlling antibiotic resistance. So a recap of what is healthcare, 5 moments of hand hygiene. I believe that most of the healthcare workers today attended the session will know this by heart. When the time that you sleep, also you will know what is the moments of 5 moments of hand hygiene. But I am not sure whether we are doing patient advocacy enough or not. So patient has patient moments of hand hygiene. So what are those patient moments of hand hygiene? We need to tell our patients before and after touching the wounds, we need to do hand hygiene. And before eating, we need to wash the hand. And then after the using toilet, have to use washing the hand, or when leaving the environment of the beds to go to other places, they need to use alcohol hand rub. And number 5, request healthcare worker to do hand hygiene before touching them. This is very important because some of the time in a busy matter, I know some of the clinicians do not do hand hygiene, but they get offended when the patient said, have you washed your hand before touching me? Hey, please wash your hand before touching me. So I hope that the mindset of our clinicians and our healthcare workers should change now, because if we are challenged or we are requested to do our hand, be mindful that yes, this is what we are supposed to do. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for reminding me. Don't be angry or don't be offended. And then we also need to teach them after sneezing and coughing, or, throwing out the excreta, and after changing diapers for the parents, and after touching the pets. So I believe that we need to go very, very deep into patient 8 moments of hand hygiene, because otherwise we will not get our 5 moments of hand hygiene for the clinicians to do it right. So this is about to end. As I have already mentioned in my whole 30 minutes, I think it's more than 30 minutes, sorry. It's the factors in the hospital, factors in the community, and non-human use of antibiotics in the agriculture and veterinary. And these are all the prevention efforts that our country has already done. But everyone has a role to play, to be one of the champions of combating antimicrobial resistance, to become an antibiotic champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chow. That was a very good presentation. You managed to put everything in to emphasize the role and responsibility of both the public as well as healthcare worker in preventing antimicrobial resistance. And I really like the last part about empowerment of patients of their own health, when it comes to antibiotic use and infection prevention. And I think, being in an Asian culture, it's very difficult for us to speak up. Even, I have been on the side of the patient, and sometimes I find it difficult to tell a doctor, you have not washed your hand. It takes me a lot of courage to do it. the other side. So I think that is something we all need to learn to speak up, whether we are patients or healthcare workers. So I'm sure, please stay back, because at the end of this, we have a question and answer, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. Our next session is something very exciting put together by our team. It is actually an interview with the experts on evolving threats of antimicrobial resistance. How do I be part of the solution? So our experts today are going to be from different areas. As you can see here, there's Dr. Cheng Ju Tay. He's the infectious disease physician from Hospital Seberang Perai, Pulau Pinang. Dr. Sahlawati Mustaqim, a good friend of mine, a clinical microbiologist from Hospital Tuanku Ampuan Rahimah Klang. Dr. Rahila Ambaras Khan, Head of Pharmacotherapy Services, Pharmacy Department, Hospital Kuala Lumpur, and Madam S. Govilan Niswari Pillai, who's an infection control nurse from a senior corporate executive clinic, KPJ Healthcare Sdn Berhad, Kuala Lumpur. So we're going to hear the interviews from these experts. They all come from different fields, and they will highlight to us what is the solution when it comes from their individual areas. So can we please play the video?
Antimicrobial resistance occurs when bacteria, fungus, parasites, and virus develop resistance towards the usual antibiotics or antimicrobial agents that is used to treat these organisms. And it occurs gradually throughout the years, especially when we start using the antimicrobial agents. Antimicrobial resistance is a major concern because it actually give a lot of impact on the patient by prolonging their hospital stay, and so make them difficult to treat and require more high-end antimicrobial agents. And this has a lot of also impact on the economy in the sense that when the patient stays longer, they tend to you affect their income because they cannot go to work. And also they affect the economy of the hospital because the hospital will need to treat them longer, and also they will require more expensive antimicrobial agents for the treatment. The main driving force of antimicrobial resistance is due to misuse and overuse of antibiotics or antimicrobial agents, both in the healthcare facilities and also in the farming or agricultural field. To make things more complicated, all these resistant organisms can be transmitted from patients to patients due to the lack of awareness or lack of effective infection control measures. Overcoming antimicrobial resistance is actually a teamwork. It involves various levels of units, up from administrator and policymaker, and down to the extent of hospital support service, like cleaning facilities. For administrator, in order for an antimicrobial stewardship or antimicrobial program to work, to prevent antimicrobial resistance, we need a lot of support from the administrator or policymaker to identify that this is a major problem and subsequently give the full support. We also need various people to run the team, for instance, clinician both as a part of the AMS team and also part of the prescriber. In terms of prescriber, I think clinicians can play a role by doing judicious use of antibiotic, de-escalate the antibiotics when possible, and also make sure that the duration of antibiotics are actually appropriate. The clinician also has a role in terms of as members of the antimicrobial team to prevent antimicrobial resistance by helping the pharmacists and other team members to make decisions. As for other members like pharmacists, they also have a very important role in terms of identifying the problematic prescription and subsequently do necessary intervention by giving advices on the various medication-related problem, and also coordinate with the physicians to come up with a solution for various prescribing issues. Other units like microbiology units will be providing a lot of important information about resistant patterns of organisms, and subsequently also providing antibiogram, which will benefit the clinicians in terms of antimicrobial prescribing, and also actions to be taken when there is a surge in resistance. Various units like infection control units, hospital support service, they have a very important role in terms of prevention of the transmission of the organisms, and also cleaning to ensure that the environment is always in a very good clean condition without any colonization of persistent organisms.
Microbiologists plays an important role not only in antimicrobial stewardship but also for patient care. We support clinicians to decide whether a patient has an infection, and if they do, what is the cause of infection, and then suggest to them what antibiotic can actually be used to treat the infection. Microbiologists can be considered as the frontliners in identifying the superbugs. Imagine being the first person in the lab to know what organism is actually growing in the culture plate. For example, culture growing Acinetobacter baumannii or even Salmonella. So having these results and convey this information to the treating clinicians are actually very crucial. So the better we do that in the lab, the better we help to treat the patient. And as you know, the infection can spread to other patients while staying in the hospitals. So there is a need to try and prevent the spread, not only within the population of patients in the hospital, but also in the community. So it is one of our roles to help in infection prevention and control as well. In addition to that, we also help to produce antibiogram for the institutions. This antibiogram not only will guide empiric therapy that clinicians can use or start before they know what is going on with the patient, but also helps to develop local antimicrobial guidelines. And the other important role is that the way we report our susceptibility results selectively. This can help steer clinicians to a particular type of antibiotics, which is essentially part of antimicrobial stewardship. This can be done by providing guidance right from the very beginning of sending the samples. In the lab, we are actually talking about pre-analytical phase. We guide in selecting appropriate tests or culture to be taken according to the patient's syndrome, what specimens to collect, into which container, and when it should be sent to the lab. Therefore, by improving the quality of the specimen, results can be more accurate and diagnostically meaningful. We also help in interpreting microbiology test results, whether this organism is significant or whether it is colonization or contamination. So direct communication with the treating team regarding the interpretation of the results and offering clinical advice, together with continuous training and education, can help to support AMS initiatives and optimize antimicrobial therapy. As you know, there will not be many new antibiotics, and we are rapidly destroying the existing. So we must take a better care of the existing antibiotics. Challenges that we currently face are, I would say, lack of diagnostic facilities, especially those related to microbiology. This in relation to, for example, evolving new technologies in detecting resistant microorganisms, applying sequencing approaches for detecting outbreak caused by a multi-resistant organism. Because currently what we're doing is our usual standard culture technique, and providing susceptibility to new antimicrobial agents that are currently recently available in the market. And the other challenges that we face is the need to improve information technology or IT infrastructure, either within the facility or inter-facility as well. This is actually important in disseminating or tracking the laboratory results. So currently what we are doing is via person-to-person communication, notifying clinicians about the results by phone or even text messaging, and guide them in initiating or modifying antimicrobial therapy. This helps to curb these challenges and adds to a comprehensive stewardship program. What I hope to see for the laboratory being able to expand their services by providing appropriate rapid diagnostic tests, be it biomarkers for sepsis, or even rapid POCT molecular tests. As one says, a good antimicrobial stewardship starts with good diagnostic stewardship. However, we need to have adequate resources, including financial, human resources, space, equipment, and supply chains to ensure that the service and tests we are offering will be sustained over time. And lastly, I think the lab can do better by maintaining a good partnership with our infectious disease physicians, pharmacist colleagues, and infection control team, so that the lab can be seen as integral in making the mission of the antimicrobial stewardship a success.
We are alarmed with the global threat of antimicrobial resistance. It poses a significant burden to the healthcare system. This issue arises due to the limited number of new antibiotics in the pipeline. Thus, we really need to preserve whatever antibiotic that are available now so that the efficacy is still there to combat the infections. Due to this, pharmacists in general play a vital role in triage. So we basically promote the judicious use of antibiotics. Pharmacists has also been linked to the role as a gatekeeper to avoid inappropriate use of antibiotics. So we basically work together with the physician and other healthcare professionals to review antibiotics, providing recommendations on antimicrobial regimens, and also to reduce inappropriate or unnecessary use of antibiotics. So our role basically to combat antimicrobial resistance is actually to use our expertise and clinical knowledge, utilize it to ensure appropriate use of antibiotic in order to reduce antimicrobial resistance. Okay, about our involvement of pharmacists in tackling antimicrobial resistance, I have to divide it into our role in healthcare setting and also the pharmacist role at community. For healthcare setting, I have to further divide the role of pharmacists at national level and the role of pharmacists at hospital level. So when we talk about the role of pharmacists at national level in tackling antimicrobial resistance, so basically the pharmacists at national level, they are the Secretariat for National Infection Control and Antibiotic Committee. So what they did is that they compiled the usage of antibiotic in Malaysia, not just limit to MOH hospital, also involve non-MOH hospital, for example, Armed Forces Hospital, University Hospital, and also private hospital. So what they did, they compiled the usage of antibiotic, and the hospital need to justify if, let's say, they become the high user for certain antibiotics. So with this effort, basically we can control the inappropriate use of antibiotic in Malaysia. Besides that, the pharmacists at national level, they also involved in multi-center audit, for example, the point prevalence study and any specific surgical prophylaxis and whatnot. When I talk about the role of pharmacists at hospital level, basically it mimicking the role of pharmacists at national level as well. So what we did in the hospital, we also involved with hospital infection control and antibiotic committee, whereby we will present the data on antibiotic consumption and try to relate it with the resistant and alert organism data to justify the usages. So from there, we basically can rationalize why the antibiotic consumption is actually increasing for certain antibiotic. If let's say we couldn't find the reasons, or we found the reason actually that particular antibiotic promote the development of multi-resistant organism, then our role next is actually to conduct the audit and to rationalize the use of antibiotic and try to justify it, to make sure that we can minimize antibiotic resistance by reducing the usage, the inappropriate use of antibiotics. Beside our role in hospital infection control, we also become the backbone for AMS team in the hospital. Basically, pharmacists need to identify the case for the rounds, and in some facility, pharmacists even collect and presented the EMS case to the team. So pharmacists also contributed to provision of knowledge on PK/PD during the AMS round so that the best dose can be offered to the patient. So basically, our patients, they are very unique. They are very unique, so we need to personalize the therapy according to the patient. And as we know, in the hospital, some of the patients, they can have the high volume of distribution. So basically, the dose can be different from one patient to another. So we will use the avenue of the AMS round to actually suggest the best dose to the patient. Besides that, pharmacists also active in terms of antibiotic audit, such as point prevalence survey, general antibiotic audit, or surgical prophylaxis audit. On top of that, pharmacists also involved in intravenous to oral switch of antibiotic. This one we cannot do by our own. We need to discuss with the team of the hospital, the AMS team, for example, to come up with a guideline on appropriate IV to PO switch, because not all intravenous antibiotic got the oral compound. So we need to make sure whatever we switch is actually reasonable. And also, we also need to make sure not all infection we can actually step down from IV to oral. So we need a guide. So pharmacists basically also involved in this. Now I will move on to the community. What is actually our role to the community? So we involve in consumer education of the fights against AMR. So we try to improve consumer awareness of safe and appropriate medication practices concerning antibiotic, such as not to ask for antibiotic for viral fever, to finish antibiotic as indicated, and not to share antibiotic with other people. What can pharmacists do to ensure appropriate antibiotic use in COVID-19 patients? So basically, we cannot do something active in the ward. For example, the usual AMS round, because we have to maintain the physical distancing and to avoid overcrowding in the ward. So what we can do, I maybe can categorize this into non-IT hospital and IT hospital. For IT hospital, I think they have no issue to still conduct AMS round, but not active in the ward, maybe at a separate area, so they can check the record in the system to rationalize the usage of antibiotics. For non-IT hospital, perhaps non-IT hospital can actually activate the pre-authorization form. That means the prescriber need to fill out the form for restricted antibiotic prior to receive the stock from the pharmacy. Other than that, what we can do is actually to activate antibiotic stock order. As we know, one of the measures in the antibiotic stewardship is the de-escalation. So perhaps pharmacy can allow the prescriber to use broad-spectrum antibiotic upfront after 72 hours to rationalize the antibiotic according to culture and de-escalate antibiotic. So these two measures basically things that we can do during COVID-19. What can pharmacists do to curb resistance on top of what we have done? This is very interesting question. So something that I can think of, basically like in Thailand, what they did is the outreach program. I really wish that we can do something in Malaysia with regard to this. So what they did, actually, they involved the community, it's the outreach program, whereby they asked the community to bring their medication, cough and cold. And what the healthcare professional did is that they did the exchange cases. So they will see if the patient is actually just having the viral infections. So they will change the antibiotic. If let's say the patient actually, holding the antibiotic, they will try to exchange the cough mixture with the flu medication and take the antibiotic. It's a very interesting program, something that we can think of, to do in Malaysia. Other than that, I also wanted to actually, involve in terms of antibiotic use in veterinary medicine. Okay, so in animal health, actually, I just came to know that 75% of antibiotic usage is actually related to animal. So something that we can do with regard to antibiotic consumption in animal health. For the human health, we have the defined daily dose that actually, we can get from WHO to compare antibiotic usage between facility to facility and maybe country to country. But with regard to animal health, it's very, very difficult because, we have different types of animal, different type of sizes. It's very hard to come up with a defined daily dose. So perhaps days of therapy or, any kind of measurement that we can actually focus and try to do with regard to usage of antibiotic in animal health. Perhaps maybe in future with this effort we can actually reduce the antibiotic usage in the veterinary, and at the same time in the long run it actually can reduce or minimize the emergence of resistant organism.
Hello, hi. So I'm here to talk about the nurses' role in antimicrobial stewardship program. For many years, nurses has been actually excluded from the antimicrobial stewardship program, but quite some time ago, nurses now has been added in, and the reason for the exclusion was probably nurses don't prescribe antibiotic, but that's not the way. If you look at the definition of steward actually is the person who actually conducts, supervises and manages something, especially the careful, the responsible management of something that has been entrusted to them. So our nurses are antibiotic steward? Yes, they are. So nurses actually plays a vital role in preserving the power of antimicrobial stewardship programs and all antimicrobial medicines, and they also have a central role in patient care and interdisciplinary communication, and as such they hold a very key position to contributing in reducing the AMR, and they are critical for the function of the antimicrobial stewardship program. So what are the role that actually nurses play in reducing the antimicrobial resistant or the role that they play in the antimicrobial stewardship program? They actually play a very critical role. Nurses are well educated and they are trained. They provide 24/7 care and communicate daily with patients' clinical progress. Nurses coordinate with the medical team and receive the latest lab results. It also involves nurses in various positions, for instance, getting the lab results on time, optimizing the antibiotic administration, and giving it in the right way, giving it the right drug to the right patient. So more or less, it is also the same as how nurses has been involved in the hospital-associated infection prevention program, which has given a very resounding success. Therefore, nurses' involvement in the AMS program has equally a great potential. Nurses play a critical role in helping to reduce antimicrobial resistance. What are the critical roles that they play? They are actually well educated, well trained, and they provide 24/7 care, and they communicate daily with patients' clinical progress. They coordinate with the medical team and also receive the latest lab results. Nurses are involved in the hospital-associated infection prevention programs has been a resounding success. Therefore, nurses' involvement in the AMS program has equally a great potential. For example, nurses at the university level or at the educational side can actually collaborate and introduce AMS programs into the core curriculum of the nurses, so that the awareness already started from the nursing school itself. More so, ladies and gentlemen, foundation is fundamental in order to curb the antimicrobial resistance. Okay, so the challenges that we actually face for nurses specifically, nurses are not really involved in the AMS program. So most of the AMS programs are actually more to pharmacies. So the challenges that nurses face is that to get involved more nurses in the AMS program and to have a tailor-made program that is specifically for nurses, that will do a lot of good for nurses and make the nurses become less frightened, or they become more comfortable in advocating the antimicrobial stewardship program or antimicrobial resistance to their patients and the family members. So that it will not just be a pharmacist's role, but then it's also be a nurse's role. And how do we change, or how do we face these challenges would be that I always believe that we can adopt the five strategies from the WHO's multimodal intervention. So what are the 5 strategies of the WHO's multimodal intervention? Would be number 1, you need to have a system change. In order to have a system change, you have to build the system. So how do you build the system? You build the system by providing enough resources, and you give all the related resources and equipment needed for the system to change. Then number 2, you teach it. When you teach it, meaning you actually give training and education. So a lot of training and education is required for nurses when it comes to antimicrobial stewardship program, because many nurses feel that it is not their job, it's actually the pharmacist's role, you see. So if there is a lot of training and education being given, and if the AMS program has been tailored for the nurses themselves, then this can be given in a form of training and education to the nurses. And then you have to check it. When you check, meaning you do a lot of monitoring and you give a lot of feedback to them on how are they doing when it comes to antimicrobial stewardship program in regards to nurses themselves. That will be the key number 3, address it. And number 4, of course, the WHO said sell it. When you say sell it, you actually do reminders and continuous reminders and communication how well the nurses are actually doing when it comes to antimicrobial stewardship program. So meaning that the nurses may forget, so you may want to have a campaign on a role model, a nurse being a role model, involving into the AMS program would be very good. At last but not least would be live it, meaning you have actually made the culture change. The culture change can only happen when the organizational climate has actually changed, where nurses are also actively involved in the AMS program and become advocates in the AMS program. So by using the 5 key areas that have been addressed by the WHO, which is called the multimodal intervention, it has been proven that it helps in the infection prevention control. We believe that it also can help in the AMS program as well. Thank you.
Big thank you to all the experts. I think I think this was a very good session because it gave a perspective of the different aspects and different experts who come from different fields and how each one of them can contribute to antimicrobial stewardship and reducing antimicrobial resistance. And I think it's very important. I mean, I think some of the new things that we are hearing now in antimicrobial stewardship is diagnostic stewardship. Something Dr. Sala had pointed on, and also the role of nurses in stewardship is something that is becoming more popular now in many countries, and it's something that I think we should look into moving forwards. And I think what Madam Govila Niswari has pointed out is something very doable, and I think we should start working on it. And also community pharmacy is will play a big role on how we could increase or the awareness among antibiotic use among the community. Now, the next topic I think is entitled Effective Communication, a Tool to Reduce Antimicrobial Resistance. Now, this topic is one that is often overlooked by us clinicians, but in my opinion, this is a very, if not the most important aspect in tackling antimicrobial resistance. In fact, when I go for my AMS rounds, I often say AMS is not rocket science. Okay, we all know how to spell ampicillin and carbapenem. It's not rocket science. It is more of social science. How do we influence people to do the right thing? Because we all know what is the right thing, but there is a communication issue, there's a social issue behind tackling antimicrobial resistance. So we are very fortunate today to have Miss Chi Yok Ling. Miss Chi Yok Ling is Executive Director of the Programs of Third World Network, which has its international secretariat in Malaysia. She's trained in international law with degrees from the University of Malaya and Cambridge University, UK. Her areas of expertise include the environmental, social, and economic impacts of globalization, especially in countries of the South. She was a member of a Malaysian task force that worked on 2 national laws related to biosafety and the regulation of access to genetic resources. Among her current focus areas are climate change, the interface between biodiversity or traditional knowledge and intellectual property rights, the relationship between multilateral environment agreements and trade agreements, environmental sound technology transfer, and many more. And I think what Ms. Chi Yok Ling is going to talk to us about today is very important aspect of antimicrobial resistance, and I hope all of y'all will tune in and have lots of questions to ask her, because this is not something that is taught in the textbooks of medicine. So with that, Ms. Chi, can you, we look forward to listening to your talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sashila, and to MOH and WHO for this opportunity. I am going to just put up some slides. Thank you. It's been a long morning, and I constantly, every year at these national events, learn so much more. It's very, very clear, I think, that on the health side of tackling AMR, there has been a lot of work done, even though many of the experts and practitioners raise the gaps. We are still in the health pillar far ahead compared to the other pillars on agriculture and the environment in the One Health approach. So what I'm going to do now is just run through, I'm a bit daunted by Dr. Sashila's introduction. I'm not an expert on communication. I just want to share the experience that Third World Network and many partners have on how we learned about AMR, how do we want to communicate. So basically, I think we have to challenge ourselves all the time, and it is not difficult. I won't even pronounce the names of the antibiotics. It took me a while to learn how to pronounce the names of HIV, ARVs, and hepatitis C medicines. And I think that's part of the challenge, because people just glaze over when we use whether it's legal technical knowledge or words or pharmaceutical words. So what do we want to communicate? Who do we want to reach out to and influence, and how do we do that? These are questions that for us in civil society doing advocacy is constantly something to remind ourselves. And I won't have the answers here, I just want to share the experiences. In terms of what we want to communicate, I would say for AMR, really communicating the One Health approach is absolutely necessary. I think the public, given even maybe very variable levels of awareness and knowledge, do understand because of the outreach and the work that's been done over the years by MOH, and also increasingly pharmacists at the community level and other professional groups, there's much more awareness of the health aspect of AMR. So definitely to get a deeper understanding of this is important. So really getting out the message, for example, that clinically useful antibiotics are a finite resource. So stewardship, which is the theme for this year, I think that message is still something that is not so familiar with people. So that's the challenge that we have. How do we explain that antibiotics is a resource and it is essentially a public good? I think with the vaccines around, shortages and inequitable access for COVID-19, there has been a lot of awareness across the world, including in Malaysia, about the need for access. the need for a number of people, including our minister, has talked about how antimicrobials research and innovation is very, very low. There's no incentive because it's not a profit-making sector. In fact, the big companies in the pharmaceutical sector have actually walked out of antibiotic research and R&D. So this is something that really is calling out for a public good approach. For us, getting across the message that the AMR is actually a disease. And this is the message that we haven't gotten out there yet because people don't understand what AMR means. So we need to bring across this message that it is a disease and we do die because of resistance. The consumer protection and public health is very important. And I'm here making general points in terms of experience across the world. Yeah, because we have in many countries, governments and even some international institutions get very intimidated by some of the more powerful forces that make decisions and influence decisions. And therefore, there has not been enough of a push to really have public systems to deal with antibiotics. The other very challenging aspect is really the ecological understanding of bacteria and the importance in the ecosystem. This is one aspect that is still very far behind. In Malaysia, we're very happy to see with the National Action Plan that really brought the agriculture, animal husbandry issue into our national plan. We've gained a lot of experience in the last few years, but we're still a long way away. The One Health surveillance pilot that WHO supported, that MOH and Vet Department and others, and Nahrim did, I think really gave us data in Malaysia to show this is really real. The One Health approach surveillance, gave us an inkling and raised a lot of red flags. A bit of a,
sorry, some technical glitch there.
Okay, sorry, no problem. Okay, can you hear me? You can see the screen? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, can see the screen.
Right, so basically the agriculture part, there's been quite a lot of work, like Consumers Association of Penang, CAP, have been putting out quite a lot of public material, posters about antibiotics in meat, for example. But we have a long way to go in terms of really looking at also the practices in animal husbandry, which Prof. Latifah outlined so well. And of course, the environmental perspective is still very much lagging behind. We need public leadership for the kind of research that will drive us towards more transparent data. How do we get more rational use and equitable access? Now, in Malaysia, our big concern is about excessive and misuse. But at the global level, we have many countries where there is no access to the most basic antibiotics. So I raise this because Malaysia, for this period, is now on the executive board of WIPRO. And countries like Malaysia have a lot of experience to actually share. So we hope to see Malaysia play also a bigger role at the WHO level, at the regional level in WIPRO, because the global solution is needed, and I'll go a little bit into that later. Because how do we communicate that what we are trying to do at the local and national level is very linked to what other countries do and some of the global responses. There's no question that national level action is paramount, but we also need international cooperation. A number of our experts and others have said that even for a country like Malaysia, we still need a lot of external resources, financial and technical. And the financial resource is very, very limited at a global level. Then the other thing, of course, is that, as Dr. Sashila pointed out, effective action on AMR really is dealing also with the social and economic determinants of infectious diseases. Just addressing the medical scientific part is not enough. And even in Malaysia, we have areas in our country where nutrition, safe drinking water, and sanitation remains a big challenge. And so we have to look really into the inequities, and these are social and economic determinants that we need to deal with. And the feedback from the community, from NGOs, and from practitioners on the ground is absolutely important. So the One Health approach for me is something we need to do a lot of communication over. Then in terms of the environment, I just wanted to quickly flag this study that came out in 2015 that looked at the link between the use of herbicides, especially like 2,4-D and glyphosate, and how this actually has connections with antibiotic susceptibility in E. coli and Salmonella. So this study is an ongoing one, and things that commonly use herbicides, Roundup, etc., in agriculture, public spaces, sports fields, home gardens, And these are actually, in terms of the environmental pillar, very, very dangerous pathways that actually can create lots more resistance. So this is ongoing. It's from a New Zealand team, and we are in touch with this group of scientists. And I think this is the kind of work that we need to step up in Malaysia. And how do we communicate that, not just to the public, but also within the policy making and scientific and academia community. Then we have, this is just a couple of paras from the study that really raises a lot of alarms, that when we combine herbicides and antibiotics in proximity to farm animals, important insects, then we are compromising the therapeutic effects. I think this really drives home the whole thing about how the three pillars of the One Health approach is crucial. So for example, a study as early as 2013 shows that a twofold change in resistance of infecting bacteria was enough to cause 21% of patients to get a lower than target dose of the recommended antibiotic. So this study showed that there was a change of 2 to 6-fold in resistance through this interaction. In the Narim presentation at the workshop recently, horizontal gene transfer was raised by the Narim expert. And this is another pathway that we need to understand at the policy scientific level and to communicate to the public. So I'm raising a lot of things we need to communicate. How we're going to do that is going to be our real step-up challenge. Now, this is from UNEP that has put up this infographic, which actually shows very, very starkly. It's one of the simplest we can have at the moment, but this is still something that needs a lot of work for us to communicate this across the board to society at large in all our countries. So that piece of work is one very important piece of work. There was a report from UNEP, but not enough is being done because UNEP itself doesn't have enough resources. So there is a gap right over there. Now, WHO's Global Action Plan is really the global strategy and action plan that is shaping national action plans. We have heard this mentioned many times, and this is very much guiding WHO's response at the national level with governments. And of course, we were all very kind of encouraged when this was finally done, because many of us working on AMR have for years been pushing for a concerted, coordinated global action response. And this came in 2015, but then we look at 6 years later, and we cannot only kind of blame COVID for setting us back. Of course it did, but really even before COVID, the progress and implementation was actually not good enough. And in this respect, one of the areas in terms of content of what we need to think about and communicate, and here when I talk about communication, it's all communication to policymakers at the national level. Because I see that many developing countries, including Malaysia, we are not paying too much attention to the whole discussion on what is the global governance for AMR, because there's a lot of discussion going on at the WHO. There was an interagency coordination group on AMR that was set up right after the Global Action Plan, went to a lot of discussion. We had a big General Assembly, discussion, high level. There was a resolution, and that General Assembly resolution set up the Interagency Coordination Group that was led by Dame Sally Davies at the time, Chief Scientist of the UK. And it was very interesting, and there was a lot of consultation with civil society, with professionals, with governments involved in this. And this report was actually given to the UN Secretary General in 2019. On the basis of this, there has been a lot of moves to actually implement some of these recommendations to improve the global governance. And that global governance discussion and how far they've gone needs to be communicated to the national level across the board. And there's been not too much attention paid here. Why is this important? Because it is important because if we don't have global coordination in that system, and the kind of struggles we see in national coordination, it's a reflection. So if we have stronger global coordination, it means that it can deliver more support to countries like Malaysia and other developing countries. So we've heard about this joint secretariat of the AMR at the international level, which is a tripartite, which is WHO, the FAO on agriculture and food, and of course the OIE on animal health. The people in the animal sector here are very familiar because that's the international organization that sets a lot of standards for animal health. This tripartite has got their MOU, as somebody mentioned. They are working together a lot more than before, but we still need a lot more coordination, and they're also underfunded at the secretariat level. A missing pillar as a full partner is still UNEP. And if we want to do social economic determinants and do outreach as a one world, one country, all society approach, We need to look at education. What is the role of UNICEF? What is the role of UNDP? Just as we need to look at what's the role of our Ministry of Education and Social Welfare and Women and Family Ministry, because we have to pull everybody together. And so the link to the global governance is to make sure that there is impetus and there is support in terms of resources. So this is the actual global governance for AMR that is supposed to be implemented, right? As early as 2012, when Margaret Chan raised this alarm that led to the negotiations of the 2050 Global Action Plan, the GAP, we have seen a lot of high-level political interest, but that has actually gone down even before COVID in terms of political momentum. Now, this setup is supposed to improve the global governance that would then support and drive as well stronger regional and national responses. So far, only this global leaders group, which is supposed to be champions at a global level, has been set up. This, of course, tripartite is there, but we still find that there is a missing link of other important agencies. These two pieces are not ready yet, the multi-stakeholder partnership platform and the independent panel for evidence. There is still a lot of discussion. How involved is Malaysia in shaping some of these and sharing our experience would be something to consider. So we need a lot of that kind of communication as well. Some takeaways. Now, what happened was there was an agreement that there will be an evaluation, and this is done by the evaluation unit of WHO itself, of the WHO GAP, the Global Action Plan. This was conducted, and the report came out on the 31st of August. So these are just some highlights that I think is very relevant for us to consider at the national level. One, of course, is a recommendation to move from a tripartite to a quadripartite on AMR with the inclusion of UNEP. This is something that's very important. At the national level, we see attempts to do that for our next national action plan. It is challenging, and getting some more international support on this on the technical side would be very important. And working with research and academia, I think is absolutely important, because a lot of the work that's being done is actually in universities at the moment. So a couple of findings from the evaluation that came out earlier this year is currently there's no overall process to use the monitoring and evaluation framework and indicators because we are implementing quite a lot of the methodology that is coming out from the WHO and the other parts of the tripartite. And so there is a gap that has been identified in this review in terms of lack of indicators and how do we then analyze data for implementation. I heard some of this from some other speakers at the national level. Concerns from civil society organizations who were consulted, including many of us at the global level involved in this, is that the framework is not being used to provide benchmarks for accountability of the different parties. So this is something that is ongoing. And of course, the other thing is we use this in Malaysia. All countries are doing it, which is the tripartite AMR country self-assessment. This is what this TRACS is. It's a tripartite country AMR self-assessment survey. And of course, in Malaysia, as in most countries, the Ministry of Health has been taking the lead on using this survey template to do reporting and getting feedback. So I think this is a tool that I know MOH is very keen to actually have more participation from a broader range in the society. And I think this is something that this is a finding and observation in that review, that understanding the process of TRACS, reporting and obtaining feedback from others, especially development partners, civil society on the data reported are probably the most practical and effective means of verifying TRACS data. So listening to some of the discussions this morning, I think there's a lot of data. Malaysia is one of those countries where sometimes we have, of course, gaps in data, but when we do have data, we don't have the mechanisms for doing the analysis or they are not balanced in terms of the three pillars. So this is, I think, something that needs to be communicated to civil society, academia, and more coordination is needed. Lack of coordination across structures was highlighted by the review, and very importantly, lack of progress in mobilizing resources. There were all these estimates of billions needed to really get AMR, it's going to end modern, medicine as we know it, because AMR is going to overtake when we cannot get effective antimicrobials. This was the alarm raised in 2015 that got very high level political attention. But until today, the so-called multi-donor trust fund at the international level has only been able to raise $13 million from 3 countries. So we don't see political will from the richer countries in the global system, the global community, to put money into the into this fund. At the same time, there's a lot of concern that AMR does not respect borders. And so constantly we hear developed countries, rich countries talk about health security from AMR. So we do not want to see a repeat of some of the COVID reactions or vaccines reaction and closing borders, through discrimination. So we need to actually, this has to be a global effort. And that's why I've put some emphasis on how we need to communicate the developments at the international level so that we can get more participation at the government level and civil society. Now, who do we want to reach out and influence? At the global level, I highlighted some of the different levels of AMR governance. Obviously, the Tripartite Secretariat and other agencies need to be pulled in. And this is something that civil society groups are quite keen and continue to do so, to engage and to push for more. And it's not just the international organizations, because in the end, it is member states that determine budget and work programs. So it is also working with partners around the world to communicate these needs, in Europe, in North America, in Japan, and other countries, especially those that have more resources and more finance and technical. The WHO Executive Board is the decision-making body. The World Health Assembly, Malaysia has been quite active in many ways, and now we are on the executive board of WIPRO. So we see that at the regional and global level, there is a lot of opportunity for Malaysia to raise some of the needs and concerns and to take our national experience to make sure that the global response is more coordinated and sufficient. At the national level, I'm not making a list of like all the players because I think we all know where we need to reach out to. We're very excited that the AMR work has actually regained momentum. We have our National AMR Committee. Many of you are part of that. And the 4 technical working groups have been expanding gradually to include other agencies. NAHRIM is now a key player on the environmental pillar, and we have academia and civil society groups are beginning to be brought in. We need more of that, and we really need an all-government response. The different ministries have to come together because it's still to a lot of perception within government and in the public that it's only a health issue. So we need to do that, stepping up on communicating the One Health and systemic approach. It has to be systems-based at the global level and at the national level. So what I call the all society approach, and I think maybe we can ride on the kind of more awareness of COVID in the pandemic, infectious disease. This is one example. AMR is also an infectious disease, and it is very silent, and it is actually very, very in the system. So we need to have that awareness and education and listing more partners from civil society, professional bodies. And I raise here the domestic pharmaceutical industry because this is linked to where in Malaysia we have potential for that kind of innovation, and how do we work together regionally and globally with other domestic pharmaceutical industry, especially in developing countries, and this has to be backed up by public government cooperation, because it is not a profit-making industry, for antibiotics, and because of stewardship. We need to have a very different approach to the R&D and the market understanding of this set of products. Of course, the WHO country office has been very key. So here is about reaching out, influencing, and being influenced. And I think that interaction is not one way, is what we need to step up. I just want to highlight here a very interesting coalition which has come together in 2014. It's called the Antibiotic Resistance Coalition. It consists of civil society organizations and networks, health professionals, multidisciplinary researchers, and academics from 6 continents, working in health, agriculture, consumer and development sectors. And it's a very interesting mix of group. It was formed in May 2014 because these are the groups at the national level have been pushing for some more global concerted action. So this coalition was very much supporting the formulation and adoption of the 2015 Global Action Plan at the WHO. And it advocates for policy change and action to prevent the post-antibiotic era from becoming a reality. Currently, the Secretariat is a Johns Hopkins a team that's working on innovation and design enabling access, this initiative. And they are using a lot of their resources to actually support this coalition. In Malaysia, we have 3 organizations that are in there. We're looking to bring in more to join this. And there is regular consultation and engagement with WHO and the Tripartite. I highlight this because this is one of the reaching out, communication, engaging with public awareness and building and influencing national policies in the United States to Fiji is really the ambition of this coalition. And I think this is something that has a lot of information and ideas that we can work together. So this coalition came out with a declaration in 2014, which calls for prohibition of the mispromotion and advertising of antibiotics, promote new needs-driven and open research and development models. And this includes diagnostics, because we recognize very early in our discussion, as was pointed out just now, diagnostics are sort of understood, not enough attention is there. And then how do we phase out antibiotics from routine disease prevention in livestock and to end their use for growth promotion, something that I think Prof. Atifa raised very clearly. And how to build robust systems, because if it's not systemic, as a number of speakers have raised, then we do not really have good surveillance because there is no respect for boundaries. And how do we improve public awareness to support the ecological understanding of the interaction of antibiotic use? So this frames what this whole coalition is wanting to do and has been doing since 2014. Of course, I have to thank Dr. Benjamin, for sharing this yesterday. It came at the right time. I was not aware of this study that was done by a team of our experts here, including our moderator and of course Dr. Soraya and Dr. Benedict Sim and others as well. This is a very, I think, precious survey which provides us really important data. It just came out in October of this year, was published. And these are just three quick findings that came out. One is the pronounced erroneous beliefs that antibiotics are effective against infections caused by viruses. We know that generally, but this actually shows the level and the economic social group that actually has these perceptions. And I think this is a very valuable survey for us as one important step. And the proportions that were aware of these terms like drug resistance, AMR, and superbugs were very low. And the study calls for education interventions focusing on the lower socioeconomic status population to increase awareness and appropriate use. And this survey, because it reached out, it was, the methodology is in there, is very evidence-based for us to really use and make some interventions. So for us at the national level, as in any country, we need to differentiate when we do our communications and outreach, because we will have to have different tools of communication, different ways we communicate, not just language, but the way we frame the messages. So I think this kind of surveys as an ongoing thing is important to continue having, and we can actually pull in civil society organizations and the academia to be a part of this kind of continuous broadening of data collection. How do we communicate? We all know social media, all this list is normal that we know we want to highlight. I just want to show a bit of what was done at the global level. Just to as an example, there was a social media campaign when the WHO Executive Board met in January of this year. Because at that time, the review had not been done of the implementation of GAP, the WHO action plan. So this is a policy briefing. And I want to show this as an example of how to do communication. You have to start with having the research and the data and the analysis and the framing. So this social media campaign was looking at this play of the word, are we napping over the gap? Napping, this is because this is our national action plans. And there's been very insufficient support for national implementation in developing countries. So this was taking advantage of the meeting. There was a big social media kind of thing, targeting the tripartite, and also that the fund, the UN Multi-Partner Trust Fund, is pathetically at only 13 million. And so these different international institutions and governments in the rich countries were targeted. And this was something that was done as a policy brief. And this is an example of the social media infographics that were used. Are we napping over the gap? That's the Global Action Plan. Support the work of countries on AMR, because for us, national implementation is absolutely a priority. So these are just some of the kind of creative way we can do. Are we napping over the gap? And it had really, really good response. And there was it was like a social media storm that took place. So these are examples that are coordinated at the global level, and we need to do more of that and link it to our national work. Of course, to do it in different languages. Content. I stress this because when we talk about communication, we often look at the tools, but we don't look enough at the content. And the content is very challenging. And this is just really that policy brief I talked about. Coming together to do this so that we can look at national data, look at experiences, make recommendations. That kind of collaboration on the civil society, academia, research professionals side is taking place. we can help the governments at the national level and the regional level, at the WHO level, to be able to also use this kind of information and interact to push resources, etc. Here are just quick images of what CAP, Consumer Association of Penang, have been doing over the years, looking at different issues. These are available, of course, in our different languages. And these are just some examples. In the last few years, there's been a lot more trying to raise awareness on antibiotic in meat, etc. So I just want to end by saying that we are at a very opportune moment, because the next phase of the next national plan, next 5-year plan is going on. And the all government, all society approach is really the framing. I mean, that's not used officially, but that's, for me, for all of us working on advocacy, this is really the way to go at the national level and globally as well as regionally. So we had the first meeting recently. Dr. Soraya and the team brought together a much larger group of people. It's been expanding. We have been expanding the group. And I focus on the technical working group 1, which is on education and awareness, because there we had some really, really good discussions in this first go, the first phase, the meeting, on looking at more creative way, building on the experience of the last few years in our national implementation. And so it's very exciting for many of us to come together across disciplines, in and out of government, to work together. And how do we link up regionally and globally? Like I said, is important. I want to point out one recommendation that came up from the interagency coordination group led by Dame Sally Davis, was that the government production needs to be considered for antibiotics innovation and development. This is very interesting because it recognizes that for the development of antibiotics, which we sorely need, which is not happening, we need a public approach. And this is a big challenge. And I think the COVID-19, issues around access and the limited supplies and manufacturing and the monopolies of a few big companies through intellectual property like patents and trade secrets use has really woken up governments to this issue. So let's take advantage of this pandemic to be able to respond to the pandemic called AMR by taking all these issues together. And how do we communicate all these things in a way that actually make policy change and galvanize society? Thank you.
And then I think, I have lots of questions from them. And I think that is a very important part, because as you have pointed out, I mean, we know the science, we know that this is what you're going to do, this is what we need to do. And the barrier is always going to, how are we going to implement it? How do we get all the players involved? And also the other issues, competing interests, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So maybe can I ask all the panels, maybe you can on your video and we can go to the question and answers session. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so I think there is one question first, I think in the chat box, and I think this is for you, Chow. Dear Dr. Chow, thank you for the outstanding speech. Being a doctor and also a patient's family member, sometimes would you give advice how to determine when is the correct time to start antibiotics, especially in the outpatient basis care, after giving some time for viral infection to subside? Does the patient need to go through full blood count, CRP, and blood culture taking? And yeah, so basically they're asking, in an outpatient setting, how would you differentiate between a viral and bacterial infection, the just in case antibiotics story?
Okay, that's a very good questions and dilemma in the clinical settings, true dilemma. But usually, as we know that primary care setting, it is not always requiring blood culture or blood test. In the first instance, you see the patient. So I think in our national antibiotic guidelines, which is last 2 years, there is a whole chapter on clinical pathway for upper respiratory tract infections, urinary tract infections, and also some of the soft tissue and skin structure infections, and inclusive of some skin diseases also as well for primary health care. So majority of the upper respiratory tract infections are being viral in nature, unless, there's some scoring that there are some pus and patients are tachycardic and having lymph node swelling. These are all of the pointers to show that it could be Streptococcus pharyngitis. Then antibiotics is actually advocated. And we always use the lowest end of antibiotic because we know that the Streptococcus, even Strep pyogenes, is always penicillin sensitive. So amoxicillin will take the work, or some of the oral penicillin will take the work. But I believe that a lot of our clinics are not having penicillin, but they have amoxicillin available. So, and that is the reason why you need to give some information. If you don't give them some antibiotics outhand, then you think that it's viral, you give some symptomatic therapy, and then you advise them, watch out, monitor, and if it's get worse within 72 hours, please come back. And that is the reason why a few of our patients felt reluctant. Sometimes they want quick fix. So you must have some education behind that, saying that, you think it is viral, it will go away in 72 hours. Just have good rest, good food, good volume of water, water intake, and then, it will go away. Sometimes we really need to spend some time to explain all that. So I wouldn't say that all cases should have blood test taken or x-ray taken, unless, the case actually deteriorate with signs and symptoms of sepsis. For example, blood pressure unstable, or being tachycardic, and then temperature was very high and patient was very lethargic. All these are the signs and symptoms of bacterial infections, and you may actually need to refer to the hospital, and the hospital will actually do some blood tests, inclusive of cultures, before they start IV antibiotics.
Thanks, Chow. And I think just to add on to Dr. Chow's explanation, usually, a patient, if it's a viral infection, over time, they will gradually get better. But if you see they got better and then they became worse, then you will start thinking of a bacterial infection. The other thing is, everyone thinks a viral infection gets better within 3 days, but sometimes it actually takes like 7 days or 10 days for someone to totally get better. The important thing is, are you getting gradually better? I can tell you no bacterial infection or no viral infection gets better within 24 hours, and usually people say, oh, I took an antibiotic and it got better. But if actually they waited a bit longer, they will realize they have gotten better anyway without the antibiotics. And I think based on a study that was done by pharmacists in USM, looking at the general practitioners in Selangor, and what they found is, the doctors felt that the patients wanted antibiotics and were demanding for it. But actually the patients said that if the doctor took a bit more time to explain to them about antibiotics, the side effects, the adverse effects, they may have not taken the antibiotics. So I think sometimes it just takes a bit more explaining in your time, and I think it's worth it no matter how busy we are.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes, there was a study already proven that, time spent with the patients is as worthy as the antibiotic that you prescribe.
Yeah. And to move on that, I think, Ms. Chi, you were saying about the consumers in Penang. I think looking at where antimicrobial resistance or antimicrobial stewardship programs have been successful has been in developed countries such as Australia, UK, and US, where the push has come from the public. So if there was an outbreak, the public outroar made hospitals buck up, healthcare systems buck up. And I think that's what's lacking in Asian countries, because we don't tell it out. It's not public for everyone to know, this person had antimicrobial resistance, they acquired in the hospital because of this and that. And most of the time, when you go overseas, it all started from the public advocacy that led to things getting better in the hospital. How can we make that happen in Malaysia?
No, I absolutely agree. I think that, if you look at even Sweden and all that, you go to doctor's office, you actually have all these pamphlets and, infographics telling you don't need antibiotics, right? I think we kind of started that momentum. I remember when we started implementing the National Action Plan back in 2017, 18, there was a lot of meetings, and we had, among the different NGOs together with MOH, etc. So I totally agree with you. I think there's been a lot of that work done, but it's not enough. I think we need to get the medical, the GPs, everybody goes, what we just discussed just now, I think that's absolutely necessary. I think we need to have more engagement, which we see happening with the professional bodies, right? The pharmacy society and with the consumer groups. On pricing, for example, you look at the prices of expensive medicines and treatment, there's been a lot more public pressure because, patient groups have come out and spoken. So one of the things that we are discussing among ourselves is how do we step up just what you described. But it cannot, but voluntary efforts is not enough. I think we need to take a lot of the guidelines that MOH has developed, and sometimes you may have to take a little bit more of a regulatory, part to make it mandatory. I know there's a lot of resistance. I think this is something that, for example, CAP has been asking for in some areas. In agriculture, for example, there's been a long call for many, many years for banning some of the use of, antibiotics in animal use. So I agree we need to do more. You see, the simple thing in what we're discussing today, we still have so many Malaysians, and that survey proved it again, that we think that we need antibiotics for viral infections because we're not even conscious of that most basic thing. So the communication is so many different levels. I threw up the things which are more challenging to communicate, but I don't think we've succeeded in the basic communication of the basic fundamentals either. So it's a challenge to all of us. Totally agree. And we need to work more systematically and bring more groups on board.
Yeah, exactly. I think civil society has got a big role to play in this. I think as a healthcare worker, I feel our hands are tied to a certain extent.
But we have to be very careful because WhatsApp and social media can also pick up things which are not real, and then it gets viralized so quickly. Yeah. And so I think one of the things we have to also impress on public awareness building is let's be evidence-based. And when we don't know, we say we don't know. There are gaps. Otherwise, we create a lot of fear and misinformation, and that needs to be borne in mind.
The reason I'm saying this is that I know of civil society, there's parents teaching groups.
Yes.
In Indonesia, that a group of parents that actually have a campaign against antibiotic use for the children. So they print out T-shirts that say "Tak nak."
Yeah,
for their children, "Tak nak antibiotics." Why are you giving me? So I think that's why I think that.
Consumer clubs and schools, and that's why we need to pull in the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Women and Family Affairs, because they have a lot of outreach. The social arms of the system, definitely.
Yeah. So speaking of that, going out to the community, in Malaysia, again, we have so many competing interests, right? As you have mentioned, there are areas that don't even get enough food, no clean water. So how do you put antibiotics and no clean water in the same level? Isn't you clean water comes first? So I think there's a lot of challenges first for us to give people the basic thing, and then people will then okay, now I'll think about antibiotics. Of course, I'm not talking about urban.
Yeah. But that's a challenge for us, you see, making the links, poor sanitation, poor nutrition, and then when you are in that situation, you think that antibiotics is a silver bullet. So there is a link, definitely. Yeah. I think it's for us to make that connection so that we can communicate that message. So it's not either or, is that if we don't have clean water, we don't deal with AMR. If we have AMR, then that is worsened by not enough clean sanitation,
Yeah, you're right. So Latifah, I was very intrigued with your presentation and looking at the levels of the sensitivity. I don't know whether Chow, you got that sense as well, as you were showing the graph of resistance pattern at the antibiotics and the sensitivity pattern for the chickens and pork. I was thinking, like, am I looking at the human one? Is that our level, our data? Isn't it? It looks so similar, and it was scary. So do you have any sense of what is happening there? Is it?
I have a sense of dread.
Yeah, because the critical medicines or the antibiotics that are used in humans, I thought we were not supposed to be using it in animals. So, I was just wondering.
Some of those, Thank you, Professor Sheila. Some of the, as I showed in one of the slides, some of the critical drugs that are used or listed in the WHO list as critically important is also critically important for animal use for therapy. So the classes are the same, but the antibiotics type may be different. Actually, may be similar as well, but many are different. But the problem is cross-resistance can occur. When it's the same class, there's always that probability of cross-resistance. So which would perhaps explain the sky-high level of resistance you saw from the animal level surveillance. And the scary part is if you are practicing that, from the clinical data that I showed you, that's based on the 3 years worth of data from the laboratory that I'm managing. So it shows that even for the common drugs used to treat animals, regardless of what animals, livestock or cats and dogs, the resistance level is, all of it is above 50%. So it's a very scary situation.
Yeah.
But what is interesting to me when I compare those the sets of data that we have from the surveillance and then the human data and the animal data, clinical data, and the data that we have from the food, the level, using E. coli as an indicator, the pattern of resistance from the human E. coli isolates is actually very similar to the animal products, but very different from the live animal samples, isolates. So we need to look a little bit more into why that is. Either it could be, I don't know, maybe systematic error, or is it like the way that we are testing, or perhaps it is truly that different. And if it's truly that different, why so different? Another thing is that what we saw in the live animal surveillance in Malaysia for chicken or pigs is not just in Malaysia to that level, but it's also consistently seen throughout the world. Very similar in this region, even higher sometimes, like towards 100% for every single tested antibiotics. So it's consistently seen for every countries around the world, and even for developed countries, the resistance level for things like tetracycline, ampicillin, and amoxicillin, which is routinely used for animal therapy and sometimes as growth promoter. So that is usually really high, more than 50%. Even though after you pull the product from being used as feed additives, the level of resistance perhaps will go down, but will go down very, very slowly because it takes time for it to go down. I mean, our efforts today will probably be seen in 5 years if we continue with the effort, but it will take time because even in European countries where they have banned the use of antibiotics in animal feed and very strict regimen of antibiotic prescription for therapy, even after about 5 to 10 years, they only saw like very little changes in the percentage of the resistance. I mean, the SAW decline is a very good trend of declining, but it takes a lot of time. You won't see it immediately.
Yeah, definitely.
Environment pretty much stays there, and it goes back, human or animals. It's the same E. coli affecting everyone.
That's true. So I was seeing that we really do have a lot of nice looking policies and acts in place, but how's the implementation of these? Are we having difficulty in implementing it, or or are we getting somewhere? I think I like the one, are we napping on it?
Right. So I attended many different, or like have been invited to speak or become panelist or moderator in many international AMR efforts. Recently, I went to the European Commission. The conversation is always the same, especially if you talk about like developing countries. We have this strategic plan, very nice one, but the funding is the problem. According to the World Bank, most of the strategic action plan for AMR in the world remain unfunded. It's very consistent to what you said just now, Ming. So even in Malaysia, I think I cannot speak on behalf of the veterinary authority, but I know they are struggling in terms of getting enough fund to do surveillance work. These are really hardworking individuals. But like I said, political will is a big deal here, because if the individuals who's actually implementing or like doing the actual work and writing up proposals to have more funding to do certain thing and certain effort, but the top management at the ministerial level do not understand the importance, then it will not, or it will get very little funding. They will get some, it will not be enough, because there's less understanding about One Health, there's less understanding about the effort towards public health. So I think it's quite important to advocate also for, if, for example, if KKM has a lot of money or like did get a lot of budget for the MR effort, for the action plan, but we need to think whether the animal sectors are getting the same, or whether the environmental sectors are getting the same, or the aquaculture, are they getting the same type of funding and support to do their work? Because there's a lot of competing interests. So when there's a lot of competing interests, something has to go, and what has to go, it will be based on the understanding of the politician on top who's like actually allocating the fund.
Yeah, that's always going to be a problem, isn't it? Funding, money is always the greatest hindrance in a developing country, I guess.
But Prof, this is not just true for Malaysia. This is true also for many countries. Whenever there's budget cuts, the one that always will be cut or like minimized will be the veterinary sectors.
Yeah. That's why the global deal is to have you. It's because it's supposed to be a global response. Without it, it won't work. And that was the deal, that the rich countries that have the resources, it's not charity, right? It's common good. And I think that's really, but this is not only in AMR, it's across all issues, right? Whether it's climate finance or, but then don't tell us it's a global health threat, and then you don't help where you do. I mean, 13 million in that trust fund is really shameful after so many years.
After all the pledge from various countries.
Pledges, yes, that's right.
I attended the Global Health Security Agenda meeting a few years ago, and they were talking about AMR, and the World Bank representative were talking about it. Out of those countries who actually pledged millions of dollars when they began the effort of AMR, I think like less than how many percent, like less than 5% maybe actually honor the pledge. So
okay, I'm saying I've got a message saying that we have exceeded the time. I just want to thank all the panelists for this fantastic presentation. I think it was all very relevant, and I think it was all very useful. We still have our people still sitting and listening to us, and I think this is very good discussion. And I think moving forwards, I think for the next step is, I think, more multi-sectoral civil society involvement, academia, veterinary and animal getting more budget. I think this is where we need to go moving forward, because I think it is a global threat, and after COVID, we really need to be careful what's going to happen next. So before I go, can I have some last words from each one of you? So Chow, do you want to start by giving some parting words?
I was typing some answer onto the question answer. All right, okay. Everyone has a role in terms of issue to combat antimicrobial resistance, and we need to work together and not one party alone. And if you can see that the One Health circle is actually coming, interchangeable from animals to agriculture to human, and then back again and again. So it's actually a vicious circle. So if we are serious about combating AMR, like everyone mentioning, we all should play a role, and, just do what we are supposed to do, so that we can have a future, so that we can conserve our antibiotics for the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Shao. Latifa, you words of wisdom.
So people always talk about preparedness for the next pandemic, right? We are right in the middle of one, but people are already talking about the next pandemic. In actuality, I think perhaps it's already here. We don't know. But because AMR is happening right under our nose, it does not have a face. I mean, this is not, there's no poster child for AMR. And, you know, over time, if we want to calculate, probably it will result in greater mortality and morbidities. So I guess it really is up to us on what happened next.
Thanks. And Yokni?
Totally agree, Latifa. I think following from you, I say it's not about making pledges, it's about committing. I think we need to commit ourselves in wherever we are coming from, and we need to do it together so that every part adds together and the overall is more. I think that's the only way we can do it. And the messaging and those basic information, how do we make AMR real is I think that commitment that I would say we need to do together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just have a few things. I just have one thing to say is like, you know, we have all experienced a devastating pandemic, isn't it, the COVID-19, where initially there was no treatment at all. You know, as an ID physician, you know, the frontliner with Chow and all, there was no treatment, there was no vaccine. It took millions of lives. It crippled the healthcare system. It crippled economy. We didn't have medication. We were seeing patients die in front of us, you know, was making us so helpless, you know, and now it has changed the way we live, and we probably will never live the same again with all the new SOPs. Now I just want everyone, you know, the audience to try and imagine a pandemic where there's no antibiotics to treat simple infections like your pneumonia or a skin infection, you get a pinprick from a thorn, or urinary tract infection, or just having a cesarean section and dying from it. All this could be life-threatening. And multi-drug resistant organism is a slow-growing silent pandemic. That I can assure you, because I can tell you as a physician, and I think Chow can tell you, we are already seeing patients that we don't have antibiotics to give anymore. I saw a patient who had an implant put in, you know, and he had his operation 5 years ago. He got infected and multiple antibiotics. And 5 years down the line, when he came to our hospital, it was pan-drug resistant Pseudomonas, and we didn't have any antibiotics to give him. It was just to amputate that limb off. All right. So I think if we do not take any action today, we will definitely face another pandemic just like COVID. And this will be even more devastating because we know there's nothing that can be done as fast as they did it for COVID, because this is a bacterial infection. So I think we still have a chance to turn back the time by, you know, there's so much of strategies. It's just whether we want to do it. So with that, I want to apologize for the overtime. Sorry. And I will give it to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sashila, for moderating our session and our honorable speakers. I guess what a fruitful session that we have just now. Here, our housekeeping announcement before we end our session today. E-certificate will be sent within 2 weeks after the webinar upon completion of the post-webinar survey. Link of the survey is on your screen, and you can also see these on the Q&A box. For CPD points, the webinar is accredited with CPD points by 4 points for doctors, 4 points for pharmacies, 4 points for other HCPs category. Please fill in your details accurately in the post-webinar survey. We will submit the attendance list in the MyCPD portal. You will then receive an email to prompt you to complete the program assessment before the point will be accredited. For National Specialist Register, NSR, we accredited 4 points under World Antimicrobial Awareness Week Campaign 2021. The event ID will be 18140, which has been listed in the Medical Specialist CPD system. Certificate may be required as a supportive document. While for Malaysian Pharmacy Society, MPS, 4 points will be accredited under MPS event code, MPS 0804/2021. Please kindly log in into MPS website and search for event code and upload the certificate of attendance. It will be under category A3. While for Malaysian Medical Association, CPD 4 points will be accredited. As a take-home message, antimicrobial steward play the role of change agent to stop overuse and misuse of antimicrobial, and together, all stewards can promote collective actions to contain antimicrobial resistance. Before we end our today's session, on behalf of the organizing committee, I, Sana Bahrain, would like to thank all of you for joining us in this webinar and apologize for any shortcomings throughout this event. Remember, steward for the future, stop overuse and misuse of antimicrobial. Goodbye and have a nice day, everyone.